Hello? Oh, oops. Give me a second. I think this should be it. I might have forgot something. We're back. I'm back. I'm not continuing drawing finance this time. Because... Hold on, I'm missing something. I'm not drawing her right now. Just because I'm gonna yap. And I really like this drawing so far. Hi Molly, hi Ren. Angel wings. I know, I was thinking, I don't know if it's like too on the head if I, you know, add a little halo on top. Obviously it's in a weird spot since it's just like hidden. Like it's right in this, you know. Like it would have to be somewhere around here or something, or maybe even above to feel okay, but in here it just feels a bit weird. So I think the beret is kind of like doing the job of being what do I call it? It's doing the job of being the halo. You love this already? Thank you, me too. I'm wondering if I just like should keep this empty like this, like it's almost a shelf, because I think vending machines usually look a little there's something inside. Hold on, let me grab an image of a vending machine. Open a new tab. Oh well, I mean these look kind of interesting. Oh, hold on. Also, I do kind of have an idea for the link like drawing. Let me do this really quick. Oh, hold on. Rotate. So basically, I think I might do something like this. Where there's just a bunch of like stamps, you know, instead of the Polaroids. And then I'll put a bunch of like little doodles in here. And then you have Cheng Xiaoxi with his little mullet. Cheng Xiaoxi. And then Lu Guang with like a little camera following. They're just like walking or something like that. Down here is like silhouettes, and then I'll probably do the thing with the, you know, and then I could probably have the fence somewhere in here as like a stamp. I'll have to think about it. It'll probably be something like that. Maybe I'll have little doodles of them running around. But yeah, it's like what is it called? Post stamps, you know, like that. Maybe I'll put the tickets and stuff on there as well, the flight tickets. And the airline tickets. And it'll be more like a how do I don't know. I joined expecting girls. What is this? This is just a sketch. Here's the girl. So there's different types of vending machines. I think I'll make them empty or something. Right, so in the back I could probably have a little, you know, like those ring thingies that just like rotate out and then it like has the bottle in it. And I could draw a few broken ones like that, just so that there's a little bit of content inside of the vending machine rather than it just being an empty shelf. Yeah, but first of all, oh what? Select plug. I think I merged it or something accidentally. And then let me just delete it from here. I'm just taking this and I'll add a little bit of glow. It needs to be a bit brighter, so it actually feels really bright. Does that make sense? It usually makes a huge difference. whether you have a little bit of glow or not. The glass shots scare me, not gonna lie. That's fine. That's fine. She's probably dead anyway. Angels don't hurt. Mm. 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 I'm eating chicken. Mm. Honestly, I think the sketch is clean enough that I could probably just go straight in. Like that, and then the hair. Chicken. I think the last time I was in one of your lives was December 2022. Oh my god. Hello. Hey, remember me? I'm months at your house. Oh, I do remember you. Holy shit. I'm not sure if you were the guy. No. I do remember your name. At least. I don't think I remember a lot of details. I don't know if you were the one with the friend in the basement or something like that. How have you been doing? Hi, Aiko. On my gift? Oh my god. Like, I didn't take your time. You don't need to give me stuff. I don't know what I would be able to do in return. Genuinely. This is why I'm like bad with gifts. Because I'm like, if someone's giving me a gift, I gotta, you know, give them something back. Like, I don't know. I can't. I'm too busy. Wanna draw two? Then do. What's stopping you? The only thing that's stopping you is your own lazy ass. I could probably go really dark in the back. I don't know if I want to go that dark though. Value check. Like, I mean, this makes sense, but I feel like it's too dark for my tastes. Maybe what I'll do is maybe over here, if anything. 'Cause over here is like that kind of puts focus away. It would have to be something like this, maybe. Just around her back, if anything. But even this is too messy. Hold on, let me think about it. Oopsie. So what I could do, just test really quickly from what direction. I guess it makes the most sense to do it from this direction. Oh, you're already in bed? I could ask Milk have a birthday tomorrow, why? Oh yeah, my birthday already passed. It was like 3 days ago. The Shadow Tribe friend in the basement. Yes, that was you. And talking about Genshin Impact, I don't know, Dementia. I think you were mostly talking about the Shadow Tribe. Oh. Okay, the ginger shit is howling again. You what? Oh, hi, Elias. Call me Millie, it's shorter. You know. You can also call her Schmillers. Or Ichiguna. Ichigo away. Oh, the ginger cat. It's howling? I thought only dogs did that. You're calling me Mulk and everything? You still love it? And you can call me... you call me Mulk. You cannot call me Mulk, okay? For people, you do it, but then also don't forget, like, you're also Mill. Oh, you're Millie and I'm Milk. We're very close. I can also call you Mollers. Actually, this might be okay. Oh yeah, that's okay. This is fine. Mulk? 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 I don't know. I don't think Mulk is cute. I like Mulk more than I like Mulk. Hulk. Oh my god. Yeah. What's the story behind your username, Milk? Very easy. Very easy. Originally, it was Alice. Yeah. Originally, it was Alice, but that was when I was, like 9 years old or something. I was still living in Rostock, so I always liked the name Alice, and I think I did it like this. Might have been a big A, I don't know. It was something like this. So I did Alice, but on Flipnote. Flipnote Hatena. Where people can upload their flip notes, right? There was another user called Alice. Just Alice, like this. Right? And I'm like, they're really good artists too, so I can't, you know, like I'm stealing names or something. And I can't do it, you know? Like they're already really famous and popular. I can't just be like copying them. So I was looking for stuff. And then, you know, I was like, oh damn, what kind of like username should I use? And people, and I was like, oh, people usually do stuff like Chocominto, Chocomint, Vanilla, something like that. And I was like, food names are cute. Right, and then I looked at the table, the breakfast table. All that was left on the breakfast table was a packet of milk. And I was like, Milch is milk in English, because I was 3rd grade. That's all I knew in English. No, that wasn't all I knew, but like I was like, oh, I can speak English. And then I was like, I typed it in, you know, as one does. I was like, milk. And then I added a dash store. An underscore. And I really liked how it looked. Isn't it really cute? Look at it. It looks really cute. Just, you know, like this. Can even be smaller. So I always really like that. So yeah, that's why I've been Milk. Up until today, I'm still Milk. It won't change. But yeah, that's the story behind it. Nothing special. Nothing outrageous. I'm merging all of this. So I can tweak. Oh. Chocominto. True, but too many artists of milk, it's annoying. The true milk for me is you, don't worry. I'm telling you, back in the day, there weren't as many milk artists. But now that it's gotten like, I don't know. Times have changed. Now there's so many milks. I'm like, what the fuck? They're really good artists too. I'm cooked. Oh, man. To think about where I place the milk bread, milk chocolate. Looks clean. It does. Fuck, what type of skirt do I want to make? I was thinking of adding a little, like something I don't know, let me think about it. I was thinking of adding a little bit of like sheer fabric with some more pleats or something like that, but that's something you can add on top. Honestly, actually I don't really know where to start. Should I start with a vending machine? Just to, I don't know, set the beat of the drum? I got the glass. And then, you know, more broken glass. You can make it glittery and stuff too. Yeah. Milk artist. Yeah, if anything, if I were to rebrand, I would probably just like call myself Milk Drawer or something. If I'm opening a shop, it'll be Milk Drawer and stuff. I have everything almost set up, so maybe I'll do it like that. But I like the milk with the underscore. And if you're like, if I go on like x.com and I do milk underscore, I think it's taken. It's taken by some dude. He hasn't even posted. Look at this. I want this username. And the last time he posted was like 2010 or something. I don't know, man. I don't even think he has his. I don't think he has his account anymore. But yeah. You can't even, I don't think you can even do the, I wonder if this is available. It's not. It's not. All of these are like not active anymore. Anyways, I do have this one though. But you know what? If you wanted to make it a shop, you probably would have to take out this thingy. Oh wow, no! It's taken! What the fuck? This one's taken? Fair enough, this one's active at least somehow. Yeah, if I would have to do this. Hatsune Miku? Yeah, I don't know. This reminds me too much of that meme where someone literally had a milk drawer. It was vile. What the fuck? That's crazy. Right, so I got this. Have you ever drawn glass? First of all, make it slightly transparent by adding the color behind it. Making it darker and stuff. You do have to make it like the color behind it though, I feel like. Which is where I'm struggling, I suppose. We'll have to see. Depending on the light. See, you could probably just add some of this. But you also have to remember that there's shadow and stuff. On another layer. And the shadow kind of cuts through the glint. I like this. The dirtier it is, the blurrier it gets behind the scenes. We kind of want it a little dirty. Wait, why do you say that? What did she say? You gotta pee? Oh. Isn't the most liked photo on Twitter like of an egg? Or was it Instagram? Oh, I don't know. To shit? Hold on. I think you'll be the one holding on. And then I don't know, we could do like 80s or something where you add a lot of these like tiny little highlights. Real bright ones too to make it feel really glittery. And obviously they would have to be in like decent spots. But it could actually glint. I feel like the direction isn't quite what I want. If there's a scratch, you have the light direction over there, right? So this is the shadow, and then you can highlight the edge like this. Bam, you've got a crack. Like a little scratch. It's quite easy to do, honestly. And that can just like up your art skills. What is this? Add that into a folder. Ha. That makes 5. I have 44. Bless you, thank you, Zunaid. Came here without missing a full hour. Hi, material girl. Hello, hello. Just in time. I just started to. I was yapping most of the time. So you didn't really miss anything. Honestly, drawing glass is kinda... It's not too difficult. It's actually quite chill to do. We should have more glass. More glass. I'm gonna do the shape first. Some broken off parts. And then wait, I have a more sheer. It's easier to lay out like this, and then trying to control. And then with these, this one I can just like add the tiny highlights. And then in here, you add a little bit of detail to show the how like rough the surface is. And then also do the shadow. Make the shadow. Should be almost it, honestly. don't know if I like this one actually. But I feel like it needs to be there. Fair enough. Oops. Like this, maybe not as prominent. And then lightening it up a bit. And then the back is a little messy. I have to fix that. Oh. Yeah, something like that. And then with the... That usually makes it a bit more matte. I don't know, maybe I actually want it to be glossy. This is also not sharp enough, I feel like. Wait, hold on. This is where you would look at references. Oh, interesting. Right. Depending on the where the hole was. Like, imagine if the hole was here and just like break off in a circular pattern. But at the same time, it would also have like a spider webs type of thingy. Just to say, the crack would be here or something. Like, Oh shit. I see a crack right here. A G-pen with like a lot of range in terms of, you know, like line thickness is pretty useful for cracks. Just so you know. A huge chunk and then I'll call it in. Pretty ladies, hello. Hi, Mai. You're a pretty lady too. Hello. And then obviously you need to add a little bit on the shadow side as well. This is glass. Oh, by the way, I went to Dokumi Wait, hold on. I shouldn't start telling a story when I'm about to bite into a piece of chicken. Nice. Sounds good. I shouldn't be adding detail this early, but I'm here. Anyways, I was at Dogomi. It was great. For me. I went by car. Which, not the best decision this time. Last time I went by car as well. And it was like... 180 type of experience. Last year it was like amazing going by car. So convenient, not that expensive. You know. This time I was spending like 30 bucks each night just for parking. Which was ridiculous. Honestly, it was too much. And then also, well, first of all, I constantly got lost. Constantly took the wrong turn. I'm not a good navigator. I'm a good driver, not a good navigator. Okay? Usually my brother does the navigating. So, yeah. And then basically, they changed the parking situation at Dokomi this year. So I was planning on just like paying the fees at one of the parking houses instead of the bigger parking lots. Because even though the bigger parking lots are just like 10 bucks for the whole day, right? It's just 10 bucks, but it's a hassle, right? So if you go to like the parking lot number 1, the main one, you have to take a bus, like a shuttle bus, to get to the convention. And that takes a while. It takes like another 15-20 minutes or something like that just to get to the convention center. And it's annoying, so I was like, yeah, let's just park right next to the thing, right? And yeah, this year they only let exhibitors and, you know, like artists park there. So when I got there, I was like, damn. So I let my company out, and then I hold on, let me get this. Ooh. So I let them out, right? And then I went parking and stuff, and I had to get back. And then the second time we like went straight to the parking lot, but the line was so big we had to wait, right? I was like, oh, I'm so sorry, you know. Last year's experience was completely different, so I thought it would be okay this time as well, which is not. So actually, it's kind of more convenient to just like get there by public transport. And then we parked, and everything was fine. It's not that expensive. It's very convenient. You don't even have to pre-book a ticket or anything like that, right? You can just like get it there. So we did that. We got out, and then we were just like waiting for the bus, and I was like, yeah, don't worry, the bus shouldn't take too long. Last year I was here, it just like took 5 minutes. Like they arrived in like 5-minute intervals and stuff. So the only annoying part is actually like taking the walk, which was like 5 to 10 minutes or something like that. Yeah, this year we got skipped by so many buses, and so the walk to the center from the parking lot would take you 30 minutes, but by bus it's like 10 to 15, right? We got skipped by so many buses, we waited there. Buses? We waited for so many, like we got skipped 2 or 3 times, so we waited there 20 minutes, and at that point we probably could have walked. So yeah, I like, you know, sometimes you want to advocate for cars, and then this happens, and you're like, I just created someone who will never go by car again. Who will never drive again with me. Like 1 out of 10 car experience, genuinely. I feel so bad about it. I feel so bad for it. Yeah, but then this time at least I got to talk to a few people. I did run off a few times, but luckily enough, my Begleitung, my friends, they got along well enough. Right? They're like, oh yeah, we're so chill. Keep running off. We don't mind at all, right? I was the most extrovert. I was like the extrovert of the group, right? So I was like the hyper. Okay, so it kind of looked like this, right? I'm the oldest. I went with a friend who's like a year younger, and then I went with like a family friend, who I think she turned 19 this year, right? You're not surprised? Damn. Right, so we literally had this like Ruby-chan, hi, nani ga suki situation, and I was the chocominto girl. My friend was the strawberry flavor, and then the youngest one was like Shiki-chan. She was like so calm, collected, introverted. Like she was almost like the mom of the group. She gave off mom vibes, and I was like chaotic vibes, you know. And then my friend who I invited, she was like normal vibes. Does that make sense? Yeah. Yeah, I'm like, you know, I forced someone who's used to going alone and taking things at their pace to go at my pace, and I feel kind of bad about that. Yeah. Sorry that happened, bestie. Another friend of mine, she kind of like reassured me. She's like, oh, she was probably grateful and it's fine overall. But it's just like the last day was honestly a little bit of like, I don't know. It just didn't go too well. And I hope it didn't sour the whole experience. Does that make sense? Because, you know, some people, they'll have one bad experience. You know, just like one part that is bad of a whole trip. And, you know, especially if it's the last leg of the trip. They'll be like, oh my god, I will never do this again. You know, so, you know, maybe I'll do better going. I don't know. No, I felt like I didn't perform well. I was like, no, I invited, and I was so unreliable. That makes sense. But other than that, I had like genuinely, other than the travel pains, I had an amazing time in Tokomi. Tism? No, it's not Tism! It's not... If anything, I don't know. It's not Tism! It's not the Tism. When I'm talking about performing, I'm talking about an academic type of thing. Like you're in an exam, you know? Like in the proving yourself type of way. Should we do the fucking autism test again? Just genuinely. Like the 2 people with the highest scores calling me Tism is crazy. Remember. Millie, you were almost like double the threshold. No, keep drawing. That's crazy. Which Tism test? There's like an online autism kind of score. Who scored lowest is being bullied. Exactly! You know, sometimes, and then also, just remember, I'm like socially stunted, okay? Okay, Kodime. I don't know, Mai, do you have the link? Bro did an autism test. Yeah, not a professional one, just like an online test. Just an online test, because people were calling me Tism because I said like I felt like I wasn't performing well when I was in like social situations, and they were like, "That's a mask." I'm like, no, it's not masking. I'm genuinely, I don't think I'm being entertaining enough, or you know, being a good friend, good entertainer, good conversationalist, that type of thing. Also, like some of my school friends, they like congratulated me yesterday or something for my birthday. I think they were late, but I wasn't expecting. I didn't congratulate them or anything. So I was like surprised they were actually thinking about me, and I'm like, I still haven't replied because I was like, I'm gonna cut ties. I don't know, man. I want to be at least like polite, you know. I don't want to completely cut them off. And I was like, I'm not gonna go to any meetings anymore, right? I don't know if they're going to invite me. I think I would still make the effort to just like show up. No, it's not tea. It's not tea. It's just like me having conflicting feelings for friend group. You can ease your way out slowly. I guess so. I'll just like, you know, I'll just participate less, if that makes sense. And if that's the solution and the like my time hanging out with them actually gets better when I do less, you know, maybe I'll hang out more with them. Yeah, I don't know. And is this the one where you're not feeling it anymore? Yeah, kinda. Right? But they're like, I don't know. I think last year they didn't. I don't know if they like messaged me last year. I don't know why they did this year. Maybe they were meeting up. My mom congratulated me yesterday because BTS is out of military. That's crazy. I don't know. Maybe they like met up because there's like 2 people who wrote to me on the same day. I'm like, eh? Maybe I'll ask. I'm like, oh. I'm like, oh, were you meeting with these 2 people? Because this other person was also, like, also congratulated me. Which means if they met up, they were like talking about me. Which I don't know how to feel about that. I mean, I do talk about other people too, but like, I don't know. I mean, they can talk about me all they want. I know my own faults. I know my shortcomings and what people would have gripes with. That might be more than I'm thinking about, but usually I have everything covered. So when people criticize me, I'm usually like, yep, I do know that. Yeah, I am working on it. Yep, nothing new here. Funnily enough. Strut milk, you slay queen. Like BTS taste? Okay, but I was talking to a few people and they all kind of agree with me. Like, I think after Dynamite and stuff, people like stopped. The OG K-pop fans kind of like stopped standing BTS. People like distance and slowly gravitate away. Yeah. Yeah, I stopped too. Yeah. I'll try doing that. I'm just like, I try not to engage too much with them. Because clearly I haven't felt appreciated or anything like that. Which is, you know, it's not a bad thing. I'm not entitled to their attention and stuff. But yeah, if I'm not getting what I want out of a relationship, there's no point in me putting in more effort. So I'll just be cordial. Is that the word? I'll try to be cordial. But yeah, I'm not gonna try being besties or, you know, having like those types of friendship groups that you have for like a long time in your life. Like that. I'm not trying to go for that. Inherently it's a two-way street, yeah. It's more like J-Hope was like heavens, what? Dynamite and butter? Nah. Yeah, no, I think I was... was it the Wings or Love Yourself album? After those 2 albums, I kind of tuned it out. I think Idol kind of brought it back a little with the like BTS vibes. But yeah, after that it was just like completely Western, and I'm like, nah. No, they kind of lost their formula with the Western tracks. I only hyperfixated on BTS because their music actually helped me through my dark times, but just grew out of it. Sad, but yeah. Was BTS music that like hopeful and stuff? I mean, it's kind of similar to... I think I had a similar thing with Neru's songs where it was like, ooh, critique of the system type of songs. Which is why I still really like the how to world domination and the what's it called? Love letter. My name is love song album. I don't particularly like Neru's new songs, unfortunately. It's funny because they were like emo in school and now they've become nihilistic, and I'm not into Neru's nihilistic music. BTS is gay for me. If you like BTS, good for you. Oh, hi Prime Ronaldo. I don't know. It's so interesting, right? Because it's like, you know what I've been thinking about, and I've been mentioning that to my brother too, and he's like the masculine guy, right? He's like a typical stereotypical cis guy. He has an idea of what it means to be manly and stuff, right? And people who are basically he likes strong people. He thinks men should be strong, right? And I'm like, well, girls also like flower boys and stuff, right? And he was like, yeah, that's kind of shit though still, because like if there's a war, right? Like it's okay to be weak, but not wanting it. Like it's okay not being able to fight, but not wanting to fight when it comes to your like important people. That's when it's like, that's not a man, right? So his idea of a man is more about those values, interestingly enough, right? He's like, yeah, we're a fucking skirt, I don't fucking care. But I was talking about, this is what I was talking about, right? I was wondering, right? Because I always categorize kind of like this, right? So you can be a guy, and there's a spectrum. Hold on, let me show you, right? So you have the spectrum of feminine and masculine, right? You have, I think this should be yang and this should be yin, right? So think about it like that. Moon versus sun type of yin and yang, right? Hot versus cold. So it's always like this, like a type of spectrum. And then you have guys, right? Oh, you have guys. Wait, this is female, right? Male is this. Male is this. Oh, is it because of the balls? Is that why it's an arrow? Wait, then why do we... Wait, then why do we have... What's this? Is this for the skirt? Is this because our hips are wide? Why are we T-posing? Anyways, right? So you can be a girl, you can be a guy, right? You can be a feminine girl, and you can be a masculine girl. And you can be a feminine guy and a masculine guy, right? But genuinely, we kind of associate it like this, right? But what if both of them are gay? If you have... Hold on. If you have a guy... Anyways, that's how I see things, right? So if you have a guy that is masculine and he's gay, he won't really like stand out too much, right? But if you have a gay man who's more feminine, right, he'll stand out. So if you see gay men, you can always tell, like, if you see a feminine man, usually you would say like, oh, he's gay. Or you have an image of the gay man, that the gay men are like more feminine and stuff, just because they are more, how they stand out more. Similar to how I say, similar to how, hold on, how tomboy lesbians, or like the butch lesbian, stands out more than a feminine lesbian. Does that make sense? Female and male and gay all around. And no, not androgynous. Am I dumb? Did I scare you, Ronaldo? We're like, no, we want to explain things. By the way, this is a spectrum, so there's probably a neutral. This is androgynous. Androgynous. And this is not about just like sex or looks. This is also just like in behavior. There's people who are like really girly, right? Girly and really just like masculine. Does that make sense? Yes, Glitch, you do scary. So you found FBI getter? Gay man is scary, not gonna lie. Is it scary because you don't understand? I'm gender fluid, it means I identify as both male and female. As in, hold on, you gotta explain that to me. Okay, because I'm like, female and male as in feminine and masculine, or as in the sex? Right, because I'm like, because the thing that is confusing me about the whole thing, about the whole gender thing, right, is that you have, what do you mean both? I'm not talking about sex in like your sexual preference. Because I think there's two layers, right? You have the sex that you're born with, which is either you've got the pollen or there's like, you know, like you have the OSB port or you have the OSB stick, right? That's just a nature thingy, right? If you're intersex, you're a little bit of an outlier, right? That's also a thing. It is like A or B. This is binary, right? Which is why we have men and we have women in that sense, right? And then on top of that layer, it's expression, right? Expression, which is in my eyes the gender thingy, which is the modern gender, right? This is also called gender, but it's actually sex, right? And then you've got the gender as in your expression, which could be feminine or masculine. And I like to equate it to yin and yang, just because it's like people might understand the concept a little bit better. Because you say feminine and masculine, it's usually tied to the sex, right? So usually I just like do it like this. It's like, are you yin or are you yang? Right, so it's like feminine, and this is masculine, traditionally masculine, right? So on this range, I'm like, yeah, sure, you can be both. You can, like, sometimes you feel more feminine, sometimes you feel more masculine, and you're just like, or sometimes, like, if you're someone who's a little bit more, how do you say it, who doesn't swing as much and stays neutral, you can also be a neutral, right? I don't know how you can swing on both layers, because you can't just grow a dick and then just like put it back in, or just like open up a vagina and then not. Does that make sense? That's what's confusing me. I think I'm more straight. And then on top of that, there's a completely different thing. There's attraction. And that's like, do you lean to see, I don't know. I don't know if attraction is depending on sex or depending on sex or if it's towards the gender. Gender? Sex? But it is to... Wait, hold on. What am I missing? I've had Muslim women catcall me and say they will eat my pussy out. That's crazy. Because I'm the only normal guy here. Normally here's the outlier, but it is nice to meet gay people, I suppose. You mean the only straight guy being gay is normal too? Everything's normal. I mean, there's probably different ratios. On the internet, you'll see a lot more, like, gay people. Just, like, being more outspoken. I think IRL, the ratios, from what I've seen, are closer to something like 60-40 or 70-30. With gay people being a little, like, on the shorter end. So it's not 50-50. But it doesn't really matter anyways. It's not, like, none of my business who you're attracted to. Right? So that's something people need to explain to me. Does the attraction thingy... I guess it's towards the gender, right? To the expression. But then also, if you're like, no, I think it's towards the expression. But that has nothing to do with this. Right? This is the two-layer system. Two-layer system. I have a femboy in my chat, so it is normal for me, but gay means men's is still scary. Why is it scary? Gay man just means that he likes to fuck men. Or male expressing guys. He just likes to take it up his ass. That's none of your business, right? How is that scary? Attraction is dependent on the person. Some people prefer gender and sex to be the same, others don't mind. I think it should be a two-layer system. If it's a two-layer system, much easier to explain and to understand. No confusion. I think we should have femboy, femgirl. We should have mask man and femask. Okay? I think that's the whole issue. That's the whole issue of the gender debate. People have not put it into a two-layer system when it should have been a two-layer system. It is outrageous. Make me an advocate. Make me a speaker. Let me have a TED talk. Like, you keep dropping bombs while I eat? I mean, my friend gave me trauma with his boyfriend. Drama? I mean, femask. Femask. And then obviously androgynous people or intersex people. Not the cis straight woman advocating. No, but I mean, like, what was it called? Wasn't there like a term for LGBTQ friend or something like that? I'm telling you, you guys, the LGBTQ people, they cannot explain it themselves. If I'm a cis woman, I can explain it to cis people in cis terms, and they will understand. Does that not make sense? If you're a right-wing person trying to understand left-wing propaganda, or like the other way around, doesn't even matter. Everyone does propaganda. Alright? Like, if you want to... wait, hold on. If you want to... überzeugen? Convince someone from the other side, you have to put yourself into their shoes and put yourself on their side first. Probably something that Sun Tzu said. I walked in on them and I was not the same after that. Oh, nobody is. Have you not seen the kids who walk in on their parents? Yeah. It doesn't matter who you walk in on. It's a nasty experience either way. It doesn't have anything to do with like gay or straight. I think if you walked in on a straight couple, you would also be traumatized. The person you happen to walk in on was just gay, probably, or something like that. But you can't just extrapolate that onto a whole group of people. That's crazy. Ronaldo, I don't... Where's your critical thinking? Let me merge all of that. Oh. The question is, what do we have up here? There should be a screen or something. You want some gay drama? I like all sorts of drama. Doesn't have to be gay. The only gay thing I saw recently was Tae checking out someone's ass. Taehyung from BTS. The way he looked, he was like biting his lips and everything. I was like, damn. Like, bro, calm down. You just got out. Here, what? Did you not see? I don't know, someone just stood up and he was like eyeing their ass. Also, I walk in on my sister and her girlfriend. I say what I saw, I might get banned here. I mean, girls having sex, yeah. Also, I don't know, like, have you heard of knocking? You know, like, maybe you're the problem. If you, like, keep walking in on people, maybe it's you. Like, you wouldn't walk in on people if you knocked. and just waited for them to let you in. No, genuinely, I'm like, how does it keep happening? Like, you at this point, you're just asking for it. You're killing me. Stop. I'm just trying to think along. Like, at this point, your trauma is self-inflicted. Like, you can't blame it on the other people when you don't have the basic manners to, I don't know, knock and wait. I was half asleep, bro. See, manners are not intrinsic, but you know, that just means you haven't like beaten the manners into your head strongly enough. Because even if I was sleepy, I wouldn't walk in on someone. That's not an excuse. Exactly. It's like a habit. That just means you're just like, that just means your politeness has not been habitual yet. It is a skill issue, yeah. You only really have something down when you can do it half asleep. You know, when I was in sales, and you know, you have to learn some of these like phrases and stuff and some of these concepts. And they always said like, I should be able to call you at 3 AM in the morning, ask you about this thing, and you should be able to just like immediately aus der Kanone geschossen. Just like cannonball it and explain it to me without dropping a beat or what you say. Alright? So, yeah. It is a skill issue. Right? How's it looking, Corine? 122? That's higher than Millie! You're not surprised? Damn. Not a bad thing? I mean, it is not a bad thing. It's just interesting. Because like 100, like I scored 44. And I think my score was higher just because, you know, I don't have a lot of social experience. So it's a little skewed probably. But yeah. Actually a little wild, not gonna lie. Interesting to hear how high people can score. Oh yeah, you cannot send links, otherwise it'll just... Yeah. I'm looking into getting an official diagnosis into autism and ADHD. ADHD, I do have some... what's it called? Symptoms? Some traits. I feel like it's not... I don't know when it starts being bad. Because I can't focus on stuff. But it might be on the level where like it's slightly affecting my life. Wait, so you have the highest score so far, yeah. Mine was just below the threshold. I'm still the lowest. Ren and Millie were pretty high. Oh, that's higher than I thought, actually. I thought Millie's was like 104 or something. Ren was like 80 or something, right? We're all doing TISM test. That's so funny. Oh my god, give me a second. I need to look at vending machine. It only has like a little panel or something like that to choose. Fair enough, fair enough. We have a little... Finally no longer sitting on the throne. Get on my level? I'm not the highest here anymore though. That's a win. You never were. You never were, Red. It was Millie. You were just like, you were second place. Now you're third. But you've lost all right to call autism on me. I used to be so bad in social settings, especially with people that I don't share common interests with. So my bro had to sit me down and explain that I suck in conversation. That's crazy. I mean, I sucked in social situations too. But for me, it was more of a, like, I actually don't know how people usually have a good conversation. Doesn't make sense. Because I myself never had really good conversations. People wouldn't interact with me that much. I didn't really have a friend group where they would like share their interests a lot. They were just like really pragmatic in that sense. So I only really learned all of that, you know, once I got into college, because the people were just chattier over there. They were willing to listen to me and ask me about things as well. They were really social, actually. They still are, but like, yeah. I'm saying I probably just had a really boring friend group. Because even my little cousin, who, well, she's not technically my cousin. But the girl that I went to Dokumi with, who's more of a mom vibe, right? She is very she's very reserved, right? On first glance, and you'd be like, oh my god, I hope she's not the type of introvert where I hope you're not the introvert where you cannot hold a conversation with her and stuff. But she's actually like, she yaps a lot. Well, no, she doesn't necessarily yap, but like, you can have good conversations with her. Alright? And it was like the opposite. I was the type of person that gives off exactly those vibes and also cannot have a conversation. Yeah, so that's why, like, I think actually some people did think I had autism or something in school. They're like, do you have autism or something? I'm like, no. I know it seems that way. I don't have a friend group that talks. Yeah. I think it was like one time because there were these two guys. They were walking. They were walking down my path. I wanted to walk past them and they were like really slow. But I also didn't want to be polite. No, I didn't want to be rude. So I just like speed walked past them because they were just too fast for me to like gain distance fast enough, so I was almost running. And then I was like, I think I said hello or something. I was like, hello, goodbye. And then the two guys were like, what was that? Damn, does she have autism or something? Because I was just zooming past them. And then, yeah, I don't know. Oh, you talked about this before. Yeah. Yeah. I don't think that's an indicator for autism, but yeah, my social skills were so bad they thought I was autistic. So funny. Damn, yeah. I know. It was pretty bad. And now that you took the test, you can't say that anymore. No, yeah, no. I think a lot of the times people were, you know, even when you see TikToks of people who are like actually autistic or something like that, I'm usually like, oh, I can relate to a certain degree, but then they say just like something that they don't like, that they do behavior. I'm like, no, like nah. And in my ass, I'm like, it's not that difficult. And I get confused. I'm like, that's not something that people should. I guess there are people that struggle with that type of vibe. But I'm like, hey, it's not. I don't think it's that difficult. Like that. Does that make sense? Autism is weird. I'm not saying that it's weird, but it's like outside of social norms, behaviors, you know, like things that would seem normal to people for normal people to understand might be difficult for autistic people to grasp, right? So usually it's things that the people like struggle with, I'm usually like, oh no, I do get that. Yeah, I can see how it's hard to grasp sometimes, but like that hints, like you can just look at people's faces. Most people are really bad at they're actually bad at hiding their emotions. So it's like, as long as you look at their faces, you can usually tell, like, the demeanor and stuff. And apparently that's the thing that autistic people can't tell. Can't really tell, yeah. I'm like, oh, yeah. And then obviously some other things, like, just being hyper fixated on something. I'm like, yeah, no, I don't really have that. I wish I was more fixated on stuff, but unfortunately I'm not. I can never tell when someone flirts with me. I mean, that's a little more difficult. I can't really tell either. Well, no, actually. No, I think I can tell. I just feign ignorance, I think. A little bit. And sometimes, because, you know, sometimes you just have to feign ignorance and you're like, Some things are really weird. Like, for example, that old guy that talked to me on the street and he was like, oh, are you Vietnamese? I'm like, yeah, I am. And he's like, oh, I knew, I could tell. Guys were telling me he was trying to flirt. I just thought he was weird. Does it make sense? Maybe it was just a chill guy inside that one author OC. And there's me who flirts with y'all all the time. No, yeah, you're really obvious about it. But so if someone talked to me like that, yes, obviously they would be flirting. You know, and if you're like, usually flirting is kind of like insinuations. A lot of insinuations, and then it's like slightly escalating. Right, and then just like seeing if the other person kind of takes you up on it, on the game, if they play along. Right? But yeah, some people were just like really weird. And it's like, I feel like there's also a difference between flirting and just like shooting your shot. Because I feel like flirting needs to be a bit more, I don't know, like playful, witty and stuff. And some people literally just like come up to you and like, oh my god, I saw you, you're so pretty. Something like that. Oh my god, I saw you and I'm, wow, you're stunning. And I'm like, is that flirting or is that just dumping? Dumping your guna thoughts. Does that make sense? I'm trying to draw a panel. It's not working. Yeah, I don't know if someone's been flirting with me. I know that some people have been. I think for me, I also don't. Maybe I don't know what it looks like when they're flirting. I've been flirted with. Do I know if they've been flirting? I don't know. Is roll like 8 at persuasion? Yeah. Yeah. For real. I don't know. You know what? Maybe I don't know what flirting looks like. I know. Oh yeah. I think I usually know when someone's interested in me, or like I can tell. I think. But I don't know if I can tell if someone's flirting with me. I think it's that. I don't know. Have you guys been flirted with? Do you know what it's like? I have 0 romance brain, so I don't think I'll be ever able to tell. Fair enough. I mean, I also don't dress or behave in a way that would make people flirt with me, I think. So. I flirt on chat AI. Does this count? I don't know. I feel like online is usually a lot more obvious than in person. I don't even know how I would flirt. I don't know if I would skip it. I feel like you shouldn't skip it. Just because you kind of want to slowly build something. And like, even if you watch stuff like that UDI type, the guy who does these like loyalty tests, the flirting is really obvious. Like, oh, we could do something like that, you know, or like you could come over. You know, let's do this next time. Type of thing. I don't know if girls actually flirt like that. Okay, well, actually, it might make sense because they would probably try to invite or like spend more time with you. So maybe flirting is just inviting people to stuff, to do things together. I don't know. Never been interested in a man enough to do so. Can you do anything other than flirt on chat AI? I mean, you can roleplay. You can get slapped. A friend of mine got slapped by Toya because she insulted his mom or something like that. So funny. I don't know. I don't... See, I'm struggling. I don't know what's in the panel. I am black? What? I love scaring people with the free guy have over Ichigo. Fair enough. Ichiguna. Number one Ichiguna. Closer to what I want. Music shop. Continue watching. Yes, please. Oh no, you heard that? Sorry. Ichiguna gooning. Yeah, that's nothing new, is it? You are on chat AI right now, so what are you doing on there? Maybe I'll just color it in. Make it orange or something. You know what? Maybe this is more of an ad. Anything else? Vending machine panels on the side. I know there should be a... something like this, you know? Like a bunch of different terminals. I guess the money thing is a lot lower usually. So it's fine. It's all at like the very bottom, I guess. It does look a little different. I guess I'll just color it in and we'll see. Just this is add panel and then all of the terminals are down there. What if I do the whole thing in just like one color? Shorty. I'm not getting far right now. Don't mind me. Might be struggling a bit, thinking about a few things. Shouldn't be too dark. Should still be like that. Yeah. Where's OBS? Wait, I have cold leader Ichigo too. He's fun to chat with. Okay, you like that shit violent, but I want Menhater Yandere Shobil to get... What is men... Oh, is Menhater Manhater? And force me to make Shubil Mama Bill. Damn, okay. Millie, you're influencing Teasel. I don't know if it's a good thing. Maybe it's... But yeah, Millie, you're... Like, you should start your influencer career. Maybe. Well, maybe I'll do a color like this instead. I think I like that. Yeah, I actually like the slightly purple one. Yep, I'll keep that. And then do the shadow thingy again. There we go. Yep. See, I haven't really mapped out anything, so I'm a little cooked, honestly. Like this. Otherwise, I would have already started rendering this. I'm just like not sure. I don't think this is ready for cleanup. That's why. Let me get my... maybe I just need... like this, you know? In this tone. I was thinking of giving her blue socks, you know? But I thought that would kind of like distract from her face, so I didn't. Actually, it might actually it might help. Might be too bright down there. Maybe I'll give her socks. Oh, we'll think about it. you know, this type of thing should be like decently light. Then it kind of merges in, so I don't like that. I also feel like there's some parts missing on the vending machine, but I can't really get a good grasp on it. Open image in your tab. Maybe if I zoom in, because you don't really see it from above. Right? Usually it's just really blank. There's not a lot going on. So I guess all you can do is just like add wear and tear. I guess you can open it from the side. So that would be... It wouldn't be chipped like this, I suppose. Oh. I can add a little bit of, you know, like bounce light or something like that. So it feels like it's a little chipped and stuff. But yeah, I want to be technically I want to be more efficient with these. I was thinking, you know, if I can do something because I think I did the sketch in an hour or something. It's like, oh, if I can do this in an hour, maybe it's not too bad doing a 100-day challenge. But then I kind of struggle with the actual rendering. And yeah, that's why I'm like not doing any of those things. And the way I drew this was a little illogical. There should be a little bit more bluish, maybe, if anything. I made 21 Ichigo bots, but only used 17. You made them? I thought Vika was playing for a second. Oh, don't worry about it. It will play at some point. Just, you don't need to wait too long, probably. I can put it on for you. So, 잠들 걸어 눈에. Huh? I'm trying to... Oop, probably like this. Go, now we have a bit of a... I don't know, you just draw the other edge, something like this. Oops. Obviously, went a little darker. Tascado. I can only... You know what I've noticed? For me, I can sound okay when I sing, but I will not be able to be a soloist. If I were to sing, there's only specific types of lines or ranges that I can sing, because my skills are so bad, my range is so limited. I would only be able to sing a few lines. So I would be the type of person who needed to be put in a group. Kneel before me, you rookie. 21 AI bots. Yes, Millie-chan. Millie-sama. If anything. The fuck did you just call me? It's Your Highness. Millie-sama. If anything. Ooh, that's a tangent. What do we do when we have a tangent? Erase, erase, erase. Only 3 times. Oh. Tonight. Ojo-sama. It's time to go to bed. Hold on, what is it? Ojo-sama? It's time to go to bed, lo-fi. I don't know if that exists. We can see. There's no lo-fi version of this. Good night, Ojo-sama. Agashi. I don't know. Agashi means young lady, right? I guess it's Ojo-sama. But I think, wasn't it also for like unmarried ladies or something? It's kind of like Mademoiselle, I feel like. It was very cute. Just have to redo this section, I think. The top of the... Agashi? In Korean is what you'd call a man who's... No, that's ajushi! That's ajushi. It's like uncle. It's like... It's uncle. Ajushi. Agashi is for young ladies. I know what Ojo-sama means. It's milady. I'm asking about Agashi. My help! You're Korean. Not all of this misinformation in my chat. I didn't know about Agashi. That's fine. I think she had a little bit of Korean blood in her. I don't know how much. I forgot how much. I think it might be better if I actually angle it this way, maybe. There's actually nothing to reflect off of the surface. I don't know if you know, but there actually isn't anything to reflect off of the surface, but it's... I think, so this is more about the shape. Bro, my dad was too Americanized and my Korean grandma passed away soon after I was born. I can't help much. Yeah. I thought so. I don't know about how to call people old in Korean. Oh, I don't know about that either. And I'm second gen, but my dad is too colonized. Fair enough. Your dad was already banana. I'm also second gen, but my parents are not banana. Though my dad is more German than me sometimes. Just with some, like, mentalities. He's, like, really... Like, he's sneaky weird, but then also sometimes he's like... Alles muss seine Richtigkeit haben. Or he says, like, da kann man nicht meckern. And he just, like, pulls out the German idioms. I'm like, whoa, dad. Hold on. cabbage kimchi's bussin'. Yeah, I think I like that one the most. Actually, I do like a lot of banchans. I do like the honey sweet potato, like the caramelized sweet potatoes. Those are good. Kimchi is always good. I do like radish kimchi, but I think I like cucumber kimchi more. And then bean sprouts. I think I like the bean sprouts a lot too. You can get. The banchan where I was eating in Düsseldorf were great. But yeah, I did go to a Korean barbecue place without actually grilling meat. It was so funny. Oh, it was raining heavily too. I'm so glad I brought an umbrella and stuff. There was one time where I heard the thunder clapping. No, it wasn't my ass cheeks. It's actual thunder, and I was like, oh no, it's gonna like start pouring soon. And I was trying to grab my umbrella, right? But it was like stuck at the bottom of my bag because I had so much in my bag. And then, you know, I started hearing people like run and scream. I was like, damn it, I could have been prepared, but no. This motherfucker's getting stuck and like doing so much to get me wet. I didn't get too wet. Like we were able to find shelter. Well, it was funny. At Dokumi. There were like puddles and stuff. Can maybe do like this. Yeah, probably not. At that point, I think if this is shaded, there's not going to be a lot of You have to shade according to the surface direction, basically. This is like this. And then, since it is really bright, you can just lighten it up a little. Bulgogi? Bulgogi is delicious too, but it's not my favorite. Look, that is a sin. Wait, what is a sin? I don't like tteokbokki. You don't like tteokbokki? Der Apfel fällt nicht weit verschammt, ja. Tteokbokki. I did eat tteokbokki. Oh my god, did I tell you? Okay, so I ordered... So... The Korean barbecue place that I wanted to go to, right? That people recommended to me. You're going to a Korean barbecue and not getting grilling is a sin. Yeah, let me explain, right? So we were... the parking situation, I had the car. I dropped them off so they could secure a table, right? Because it was about time where people would like start coming in and eating. So we got a table outside, which was really nice. And in the meantime, I was gonna go and park the car. Right, so once I came back, I was ready to order, but they had already ordered. Because you can just scan a QR code and then order that way. Oh, so I sat down, I was like, oh, so yeah, what are we gonna eat, right? And we're like, let's order some... I don't know, they had... So one of my friends, the German one, obviously had japchae for themselves. And then the other one ordered jjajangmyeon. Jjajangmyeon for themselves. And I'm like, and I'm sitting here like, do we want to order meat? And one plate of... Like, one plate of meat is obviously like 18 bucks, right? But it's also like, it looked like a huge portion. I wouldn't have been able to finish it myself. So I didn't order that. And instead I just ordered tteokbokki. We got a lot of banchan, right? And I ordered extra cheese. And I thought it was like a sprinkle of cheese or something. No. It was like a tteokbokki and you couldn't even see the tteokbokki. It was just covered in cheese. It was... Hold on, let me show you. Right, okay, so... It was like a plate of tteokbokki, and I was expecting it to kind of look like this, right? So all of this is like tteokbokki sauce and the tteokbokki, right? And then you know you have the rice cakes poking out and stuff. That's what I was expecting, and then I was expecting like a sprinkle of cheese, like a sprinkling in the center, right? You know how it came out? They put it down. And it looked like this. It was just like cheese. It's not a pizza, I know. But it came in like a shallow pan like this. So yeah, it came like in a pan like this. I couldn't even. Yeah, it looked like lasagna. It looked like that. I was like, where's the tteokbokki? It was underneath just like cheese. I'm like, I think they used a whole package of cheese or something. Yeah. Anyways. it was still good. Honestly, I don't think, maybe I'm not a fan of Korean food. I like K-barbecue, but I feel like the standard dishes are kind of not my thing, I think. Think about it, maybe a little brighter than that. Maybe even in an orange. I don't want to have like a bar going through her head like this. I like this maybe a little better. But I think what I'll have to do is just, you know, add a little like this type of outline. Get your money's worth, girl. Yeah, it was like 250. I should have known. It was like 250 for extra cheese. I was like, oh sure. Sure, might as well. Because even though like 250 was just like 14 bucks or something like that overall. I'm looking forward to how you're gonna render the grass and flowers. Oh, I'm gonna die. I don't think I'll do it today. I can probably I think I'll keep it loose. Like this, you know. I'll keep the grass loose basically. And then you'll just like I'll just put in detail, you know. Shape a few of these, you know. Maybe I should have started with that, honestly. Shape some of the plants. Keeping the texture in. Right. I do want this to be a bit more loose. Because I feel like for grass, you always need to have a little bit of life in there. And it doesn't work if you're just like rendering everything. So for this, you kind of want to retain the movement or the direction and stuff, which already exists. So there's not a lot that I'm gonna do there, except for, you know, at the extra detailing. I don't even think I'm gonna go in a lot with like, I don't know, like this. Because I feel like it might ruin it actually. So it's more about the shapes and the shadows that fall onto these leaves. Right? Look, if I go in like this, isn't it already ruined? Right. So yeah, funnily enough, usually the artists where I see the like, I don't know, that they draw a lot of really nice grass and stuff, they're usually just, you know, shaping the shadows, if anything. Like this. You see this? They're not really drawing an outline on the leaf or anything. They're just, here's leaf shape, this is the shadow that it casts. Just shape and cast shadows. Because it's not that important. And then occasionally, if there's light falling onto the leaf, they'll, I don't know, they'll brighten it up a little. Or if they want to make it look glossy, they'll add a little bit of a sheen. But yeah, not a lot, honestly, that they do. So it'll probably just be on that level for me. Sorry to disappoint you. And it kind of depends more on where the flower heads are. I think I'll be drawing them first. And then, hold on, let me show you some of the references that I'll be using. Let me just send it to my WhatsApp. Because my neighbor planted a lot of plants. Hold on, let me do this for a second. Because I don't know. Okay. Save. Copy. I can demonstrate you on how I would probably draw these. Right, so I'm looking at these types of orange flowers. I have these others for somewhere else. It's really pretty in person. Oops. Right, so imagine something like this. Right, so I'll be doing a shape like this. I'm gonna turn around. Have a little bit of this, and then you have the darker color, right? And that just shows you the other side of the petal. You know, the one that's in the shadow. And I'll just be doing that, basically. So I want to keep things simple. And then if I want some extra texture, I'll just, you know, kind of like doing a study. I'll do that. And then I'll place everything. Like this. And then you have the little detail in the center. And they're actually really red almost. Right? Kind of like this. It's more about the shape. That's really important. If Kirby swallowed me, what ability would he get from me? Lactose intolerance. And then I would maybe, you know, if I really wanted to polish it, probably do this. He's gonna shit you out immediately. And I'll do this, and then a little flower. Where did I put the flowers? Oh, there we go. Chicken. I do know people that do I have this Anaxa drawing saved? I might have it saved. Give me a second. I liked how they did the flowers. Wait, why is it blue? Someone said Anaxa, I knew it. Milk, where is he? Wait, give me a second. I'm trying to change. Well, I guess I can. Fine, I'll do it later. I'll do it later. I think there's an Anaxa drawing somewhere in my bookmarks. I'm actually not doing so well right now. As in, like, I'm not progressing. That is a really cute model, is it not? Oh, I don't know about the sweaty, but I like the hairstyle. The white hair and orange hair? It's really cute. Anyways, this one's also pretty. The colors of this. I really like how they drew the clouds in this one. I wish I could, yeah. But alas, too late. I always really... These also interest me a lot. Look, this person also just like does the shapes. And I think obviously because these are more of a... Yeah, and then they added a little bit of lighting to them without really detailing them too much, which is fine. Works perfectly. Water. I'll find it. I think I have it bookmarked. I think someone sent it in the server too, probably. It was a Vietnamese artist too, I remember that. Oh, I might have not bookmarked it. No. No. Oh. If you like me, raise your hand. What if I don't like you? Then raise your standards. Did you see this cosplayer? That's a crazy face card. Holy shit. But if I see them like this, I'm like, yeah, no, I would never date someone who's feminine. This is really cool, mouthwashing fan art. I don't think I can find it. Damn. So sorry. But do you see how they do this? I don't know how to do this, but they draw like the shape and then they do the shading on top. I feel like the shape language is just like so much more sophisticated compared to mine. Go to sleep. Oh, I don't know who you're talking about. The bald one? Which one? Oh. I don't know why I saved this. I think I wanted to show it later and I was like, that's so funny. I just saved it because it's so funny. Give me a second. I don't even think they had like Anaxa. I think it's them. No, they're like Chinese. No, this is a different artist. No, it wasn't them. They had the mighty one. You know, no, I guess I didn't save them, but it's probably in the server somewhere. I'm sure I've shared that one. But yeah, I'll be doing something like that. Just like shaping the thing and then because I do want a bunch of flowers bunched up as well. Like this, you know? So probably just be doing random shapes. And then I'll probably also put them on like a line art layer like this. That's what they did, you know? So it feels a little bit more, I don't know. Right, so you have a lot of like smaller flowers like this. In the shape that you want. Actually, using a round brush for this is a bit more useful, I think, almost. Well, actually, I think this is where the G pen comes in again. Just something where you can easily draw petals like this, you know? Kinda like this. That makes sense. So you just drag it into the center. And then... Whoop. Really, I need to get used to this. Oh, I haven't been doing this a lot. Oh, hi. Hi, Mr. Aizawa. Not the Aizawa that I know. Oh no, it is. It is. Are you a fan of Mr. Aizawa? Aizawa sensei? Maybe. Possibly. Obviously, the flowers do need to keep some sort of direction, so it looks nice composition wise. I know I can't just drop them in here like this. Maybe I actually need to use a bigger brush. But yeah, I'll be struggling shaping the flowers, I think. It's usually easier to do the ones in the back, right? Because it's usually just a single blob. And then on the edges, you just kind of refine a little bit. I think I would have to look at some drawings just to reference that, what it looks like in the back. But yeah. Yeah, it'll mostly look something like this. You just shape the thingy. And actually draw one. Use an open one. Then I'll just shape this. Oh. I might actually just like carve away and clean up the shapes. So it looks decent. Oh, maybe not merge it. That makes sense. Still need to pay my bills. Keep forgetting about it. You pinged me? Yeah, if I've seen it, Millie probably has seen it too. Give me a second. Yanaxa drawing? Yeah, that one! Oh, it is so good. I think I might have already saved it or something. Open image in your tab. It's like really high quality too. Do you see this? It's interesting because for their shapes, they actually use like a very noisy brush. And then they do these like smaller shaped flowers. There might be a mix of some. Like they might be repeating some and some might be an acid or something like that. I'm not sure. And because some of these look pixelated, I might have scaled them a little bit. I mean, this one's very detailed. I don't necessarily want to do this, but then like if you look, for example, over here, you can see how they did some like basic shapes with just like some foliage brushes and stuff, right? And then they drew over it. It was a very effective way to do things. And it works for their like very detailed art as well. It's so interesting, like if you think about it. They did the line art, it's very clean, a little bit of shading here and there, but it's very subtle. It's not very... There's not a lot going on, it's actually better to... Like, especially for face and skin, I feel like it's usually better to stay minimalistic. And then, you know, for the characters, just focus on expressing the materials and stuff. That's usually what it's about. And then, you know, go ham on the background and composition. Yeah. You don't actually need to be crazy good at rendering to draw good pieces. Because it's so funny because people at some point get simplify. That's what I noticed. I don't know if that's true. Don't take my word too seriously. Yeah. No, merge. Yeah, so I would probably do something like this too. I'm just like shaping some of the highlights. And then just select this. Selection tool is like one of your best friends, honestly. At this point, I think it might actually be better to just like go dark and a little greenish. I remember being surprised to see the artist posted this image in such high res. Yeah, me too! I was actually like, oh damn. That's gonna get used for AI training for sure. But all of the drawings are. There's some like artists, even like Japanese artists, who just like post on really high res, and every time I'm like, that's crazy. I mean, if you don't really care about it, that's fine. Maybe they made a mistake. I haven't checked the other drawings of that artist, so I don't know if that's the regular occurrence with them. Also, let me know if you get tired of a song or something like that. I'll switch up the BGM. See, I'm already putting too much work into this. Yeah, I thought I was like decent at rendering, but I'm actually quite bad, it seems. Not only that, my shape design is usually really whack as well. Mood milk. Mood. Maybe I'm not too bad at rendering and then this shit happens. You're like, oops. Let me rethink all of my life decisions. Do you see this? This one looks like shit. It's because my shapes from the beginning have been unclear. And then I messed it up on top of it with some random shapes. Hope no future employer witnesses my struggle with this right now. Yeah, technically if once I have this, I would probably add a little bit of like something in the back and then the stem. Alright, so it would look like this, and then maybe depending what I feel like. Might add a little bit of, you know, extra leaf. Make it weedier or less weedy looking, depending on what you want. And that goes for other plants as well. And over here, just enough so that you can tell that there's a thing, you know. Stuff like that. So yeah, maybe I'll do a stream where I'll just draw these these flowers. We'll see. Okay, back to this. I'll add a few dents, I think. Just lower the opacity. Just like some random shapes, indicating that there's a bit of obviously it needs to be shaped like a dent, but yeah, you know. Oh. Oh, and then also I have to think about it. Does a head make shadow? Because it might, right? I feel like I didn't put it there because it looked weird. And I can probably do something like this. And then maybe unlock this. Okay. We add a bit of this. It look normal to me? Oh shit. Nice avatar, reminds me of Zelda. Oh, thank you. That's interesting. Never heard that one before, actually. Hold on, let me... Because I'm getting tired of this song. Low key, I think I would have so much fun just like listening to a podcast while on stream. I feel like, you know, I don't know. Playlist live. I need to scroll a little bit. This is so small. That's Cradle. Ah. Wait, where to go? Hey, there we go. I just read the new Mizisua comic. Someone told me. Well, mostly Miji, but Jesus. Yeah, interesting, isn't it? Oh yeah, the one time I kick a ball at 140. What? One time I kick a ball at 130 miles per hour and I hit my sister. I took one to the face when I was in 3rd grade. You have nothing on me. Do you like Ronaldo? Isn't the guy old enough to retire? Why is he still playing, by the way? Okay, and then this part, I think I'll have to move it a little bit. If there's shadow over there, I think I just need to move it. What flowers are you planning on doing for the scene? Bold of you to assume that I would actually put an actual flower there, not just random flower shapes. That is convenient for me to do. I was thinking of the ones that my neighbor planted. I don't know what these are. You could do buttercups. Buttercups are a little too small, I think. I was thinking of those two. So yeah, there will be yellow and buttercup, but they're too small. It's basically, I don't know. Are these? I don't think these are poppies. I don't even know what these are called. I'm just going with this shape basically because they look great like that. Aren't these Wait, hold on. Give me a second. I think photography or something. Give me a second. I think there's a field or something with these types of orange flowers where people were taking Instagram photos and stuff. Might have been in composition actually. I have a lot more in composition than I have anywhere else. Paprika did not have this print at Dokomi. I wanted this from Paprika, but they did not have this at Dokomi. They did sell out of apparently they sold out of Hoseki no Kuni. I didn't meet the artist, but yeah, I talked a little bit to the with the helper. Oh, this one. I guess it's not the same. I guess these are just moonflower poppies. Well, so we got these. And then I'll just take this, erase a little bit for structure. And that's not much. What I like to do is usually just like taking a slightly brighter color, and then, you know, when you have a bevel or edge or something, you just do this to give it a bit of a, to highlight the edge a little bit. Obviously it's nicer when it's not that bright. Let me just keep it a little bit. Now I have to think about it. Oh wait, actually, rather than here, like tweaking the shape of the shadow a little. Usually it's just cutting into the shadow. Just so it feels a little bit more, I don't know, like there's substance or something like that. So like adding a little dot or something on the corners. Could also be somewhere like over here. I feel like there's something missing here. Like a highlight or something, you know? Wait, the music might be a bit loud now. I forgot to tone it down. Can it be California poppy? Interesting. If I'm not replying in chat, I'm feeding my pet cat. Okay. Man, when will you be done? I don't know, man. I wish I knew that too. Clearly I'm figuring things out. Crazy question to ask. Ellesmere, yeah. I don't know if you played it. It's really nice. Nah, bro, I need to sleep. Go to sleep! You do not need to you don't need to finish. You don't need to watch me finish this. I will not finish this in a day. It should have been possible, but yeah, I don't know. Not very effective with my time, that's for sure. I'm struggling with the vending machine when this vending machine should have already been done. Well, let's try speeding up the process a little. Let's just say it's can in somewhere over here. Obviously this shouldn't be too dark. Just pretend that there's lighting hitting it. Like this. So there's light. There's shadow. There's a shadow from the top. Oh. Bam. And then we take this, like I usually do, and we just whoop. Do 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 do. And I guess I'll just add. Probably I don't know if it should be metal. Oh. I don't know if you knew, but if you want to have vibrancy while also making a gray, just take two opposite colors and mix them. It'll be like a gray, but it'll be more vibrant. Like using purple and yellow together. Obviously they need to be almost the same like value for it to work. So you can barely perceive. So that you can only perceive the color contrast. Like that. And then this. Oh, I have to think about it. I think it should probably be light. I'll just highlight. Tiny highlights. And then maybe a darker rim, slightly darker, just to show the bottom side, basically. I think actually a lighter might be more interesting. Just so it's like reflective. Like this. So it actually feels like we're looking at metal. Oh shit. And then, oh, about this. I think it needs to be a bit bigger. Just so it's perceived. Dun, 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 dun. Good night everyone. Milk streams for like 3 hours minimum. Yeah, because I don't know when to stop. And obviously I don't plan these out very well. I should not be spending 3 hours on a vending machine, not gonna lie. I'm sure I've been done within the hour, I don't know. But the art looks great, thank you. That's at least something. I mean, I can probably add random shapes or something like that. Something that looks like a pattern. Some text or something. Oh! Oh, Muroku. Keep forgetting about this one, that I still have that in the playlist. Whoop. Yeah, just imagine that being an ad or something like that. Yeah, just some random patterns, so it looks like there was an ad or something like that there. Oh no, god. Hey, maybe no highlight over there. Just... What's also bothering me is that it's like slightly too bright, maybe. Or it's like slightly too demanding. It's like almost competing with her in brightness. Right? I do like how light it is, but it's like... It doesn't work quite as well. Because you're looking at the pattern rather than her. Something like this, maybe. And then... Where's my... I do have like a brush that just like gives you a bit of a random color. Oh. Just darken it when necessary, just so that there's a little bit of color variation. Oh shit. Fell asleep for a bit. I'm gonna head off, but should be back in a minute. Alright, have fun, Mitsuna. Wherever you're going. I was like... I did put another thing down there. This should probably be an ad or something. And this is probably the real part, maybe, where you get your drinks and stuff. And I think usually it's slightly slanted, so the shape should be like this. That was the window shape. And then... I guess it's fine. Like this, and then later we'll probably have some shadows just thrown by the plants, you know? Oops, not the lovely paint. Probably have to add some just like plant shadows that just, you know, just like cover up a little bit here and there. But I'll have to do that once I have the plants. Okay. I think what I'll do, draw a little bit of her face. Clean that up just a tiny little bit. Good night, Ran. Oh. Ooh. Do you want her face to look a little bit rounder than this, maybe? I wonder where... no, not there. I wonder where Alien Stage would draw the shading. Maybe there's no need for shading. Still haven't been able to put everyone in and say love goo. How do people draw so fast? Probably not that people draw a lot or fast, but it's that there's a lot of artists out there and everyone draws well. Oh yeah, I applied for the job. I feel like it's actually like a perfect job. Not a perfect job, but as in like, it's something that I would like to do. And I see myself being a good fit. The question is genuinely just if my skills are good enough. Which I think that's literally the thing that's gonna stop me from getting the job. Because I can literally do everything else. This is literally just the like, oh, I might not be like, my art skills might not be up to par with what they're expecting. And like so quick, like I wasn't able to, well, should have been able to. I should have crunched a little maybe. Maybe that's what I'll do tomorrow or something. Do a bunch of little color studies. Something like that. To show off that I do have the skill. Because I was like looking through my folders trying to find some like personal art examples. This is all fan art. And it's not in a very like well lit, you know, scenario, because I usually don't like them. Funnily enough, maybe I don't like lighting that much. Or I don't like drawing lighting when it comes to fan art and stuff. Hi guys, I can't stay since it's almost midnight. I had a long day at AnimeCon. Oh, how was that? Good night, guys, and hello. Hello, hello. How was AnimeCon? Surprisingly little that needs to be done on the face. I feel like. That's a little too strong, maybe. It was great. If I find a section on the Discord, maybe I'll share pictures if there's a section. There's an IRL picture section. You can just post it there, I think. I will have to talk about it tomorrow. That's fine, that's fine. Have a great tomorrow, guys, and sleep well. Goodbye. Have a good night. Because you'll end your stream in 3 hours. Do want to say do take care. Okay. We're already 2.5 hours in. I barely did anything. Oh no, no. Oh, since we are looking from above, I might as well do the... I don't like doing this though. I'd rather do this. You know, when people draw the lashes in like this, I'm like, that doesn't make sense. Because... actually, some people make it look really nice. Fine. She gets sparkly eyelids. Add a... Meh. I think the shape just needs to be closer to whatever that is. I'll grab my trusty brush. Eh. What am I listening to? Oh, manipulator. And then this. Let me just clean this up first. And then... And it just blends into the blushes. Ah! What the fuck did I do? Like this. Oh, that's better. That's better. A little better. And then... I'm using the line art color as shadow color, which makes sense. But that I should have probably tweaked it a little bit. I should have made it a little bit more blue or something. Oh, we'll just be blending. Funnily enough, I had link click prints with me at the con. I did give some away. But someone also bought them off of me. 2 of them. Oh yeah, I did meet so I don't know if you remember, but last year I gave out a bunch of Aventurine cards. Like photo cards, gold foil and stuff. And someone on Instagram, they found They found my socials a year later because they flipped the card around finally. It's so funny. which means I know which side they've been looking on for a whole year. And they were like so sweet, so pretty, and a cosplayer and stuff, right? So they contacted me and stuff, and I met up with them, and they just wanted to say thank you, and I gave them some more like Aventurine cards and a link click poster, because they were like, oh yeah, if you ever happen to open a shop, or you know, if you ever end up tabling, I would love to buy your link click poster. And I was like, I still have some left over from that con in March. I'll just bring it to her, right? And then the next day she was like, oh my god, let's meet up again tomorrow. I'll dress up as Hutao and stuff and we can take a selfie together. So sweet. And then the night before she was like, yeah, so I was on the bus and I heard someone talking about link click. And they were like, yeah, there's not enough link click at the con and stuff. And then this girl, she's like, I don't want to brag, but look, I got this link click poster from Milk. And then the other person was like, oh my god, that's so beautiful. Where can I buy it? Where's the table? Let me know. And then she was like, unfortunately, this girl does not have a table. But I'm meeting up with her. I can ask her, so yeah. Someone bought my link click A5 print. They had in my bag with me. I made $10. Oh, that's so funny. I didn't even go to sell, but I made $10. Also, man, they're so lucky. I love the link click poster too. I mean, you will get it. I'll send it to you. I still have your Naxa print that I need to send you. I just haven't figured out how to safely send the prints. I don't know if it's okay. I might just put them in a tube, you know. So I can just like put a link click poster print in it with you So you'll get one too. Don't worry. Just put it in the tube. Yeah. I was so happy to see that they had the Anaxa print. And the Fine print as well. Morse is the artist. I also gave Morse a link click print. Like, oh, because they also had a link click poster. Hold on, let me show you the artists. They are so good. Their prints are so beautiful. This person. Whoa, that's a lot of followers. Holy shit. This person. I bought this print. It looks so much better in person, actually. It doesn't even look that great in online, but it looks great as a print. It's actually a lot darker, I think. Oh yeah, I think the prints might have come out a little dark now that I look at the online art. But they're still beautiful. This one was actually perfect once it was printed out. Yeah. The seal print? That one might actually be a little dark, but it's fine. I did have the Aventurine drawing from them, I think. I bought that last year as a postcard. I think it was like $5 for a postcard. Which might be a little pricey, honestly. They're beautiful. I don't think I've seen... Oh, I might have seen this one. I'm not sure. I bought this one. This one's still hanging in front of me. I really like this one. The lighting, the face, the composition. Like you can see the thingy in the back. Just really nice. Yeah, so they were there. They had a huge booth too. I think when I was ordering and they were packing my stuff, I think they were ordering like, oh yeah, maybe we should have like set prints at this price, etc. This might have been worth it a little bit more, etc. Stuff like that. Or they were like talking about what might have been worth it for customers and stuff. It was interesting. But yeah, they seem really sweet. And I was like, oh, you like link click, right? I have a link click printer. Do you want it? And then they're like, oh my god, that's beautiful. Blah, 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 right? And I gave it to them. And then they were like, Yeah, choose any of those like photo cards if you want to and stuff. So they gave me a photo card. That's how I got the Till photo card. I didn't buy that one. Oh, that's sweet. Yeah, I know, I know. A lot of artists are really sweet. It was really nice. Obviously, I didn't expect it, especially since they're like, I don't know, like big artists, they're busy and stuff, right? So they might not be thinking about, you know, trading and stuff. And I didn't give it to them just like to get more stuff and to trade, right? I genuinely only had my folder with me because I was like, oh, if I'm gonna buy prints, I might as well just like put them in this like prints folder immediately. Yeah. I would like to table at Dokumi too, so I'll like do my best to get in next year. They'll probably open in October or something. So yeah, I'll try my best to apply immediately to get in. I don't know what booth I should apply for. You got this, Milk? So, you know, there's like pro booths, which would be really worth it. Apparently, is what a friend of mine told me. It's the ones with the walls, basically. It's like a corner booth with walls. That's a pro booth. Yeah, it's like huge. I don't know how I would do the layout and stuff. I'd have to think about that, honestly. Or should I just do like a row? I mean, I guess I should start off small. How frequently do you find yourself deleting layers while you work? I've gotten so frustrated at times of layering. And I find I get lose confidence with a lot of them. I don't know if you do this, but if you hold Control-Shift and then you click on a certain part, it'll take you to the layer. Hold on, let me move myself out of the way. Okay. And model. Do you see this? Control-Shift, right? You can see this. I can press on the skin, it'll take me there. I'll press on this hair, it'll take me there. So I can literally find every pixel. That's brilliant, thank you. Yeah, I do that. That's why it doesn't really matter how many layers I have. I do merge them occasionally. Like, you know, when I see, yeah, I'm not gonna change anything about it, or it's like too many layers to keep track of. Usually it's the paint over layers that I just merge. Yeah. Like this. Yeah, so I just, at some point I'll just merge them. Obviously, I'll work a little bit more cleanly when I work on actual like projects and work-related stuff, right? Because over there you almost want to be able to tweak anything. For that, I usually have a bit of a different workflow. But for this, I can literally just like, you know, choose a layer, like do just, you know, just clip it or something. Like do a selection. And then do things like this. And then just add layers and paint over it and stuff. Which, yeah, it's a little bit more difficult to do. Like, you want to iterate on stuff and sometimes you need to change small details, or they'll just like ask you to change the whole lighting situation and you're like, You'll be like, what the fuck? I've painted all of it. Yeah. So for those types of jobs, you want to keep a clean like layer. What do I say? Like a clean layer hierarchy. But for me, right now, I'm just painting to have fun. So. Let me see, I could probably add a bit of blue detail. Obviously, you kind of have to differentiate between, oh, is this like a form shadow? Or is this like a cast shadow? A little too dark, maybe. What if green makes... I think I like the green more. You truly have developed a wonderful technique. What technique? What technique are you talking about? I'm scared because there is no technique. That's a problem. We mess around, we find out technique. No, that's genuinely it. I'm just good at brute forcing things. I always knew that, like, I tried thinking about things, you know, but it's never worked for me. I'm the type of person who just, like, needs to try a bunch of different things until, like, I find a way that I like. And usually it's still very time consuming. I can't stick to the more regulated, I don't know, like workflows. No, I can stick to them. I've seen it with the working on the game I've been working on with my coworkers. It's just that it's like not the effect that I would like. And no one that could give me a really good workflow for it is in my sphere. That's just like Chinese artists. Oftentimes I'm like, I do not know how to achieve this effect. Ha! The funnel effect. Oh, oops, that's the wrong one. There's another 3 times. 150! I have one inspiration thingy. Let me show that to you. I think that one's so interesting. This one. I saved it recently. It's by an artist called D. Clovers. Very, very popular Star Rail artist. You see this? Like, they just like start out with a shape. Makes sense, yeah. The legs are important. The way the torso flows. Also important. Then they flourish it. At the shapes, just like some basic colors. Color blocking. Right? At some of the details. The framing. Then the face and the backs. And they also just build it, which is interesting. It is so interesting how like slow they build up everything. Right? And like very important, the shapes first. I should do that more, not gonna lie, to loosen up the posing. It is great for posing for sure. But then going from this to this, you know, is where I'm like, how the fuck? Huh? Right? Like, this is how it starts off. And then bam. Right? And it's like, you can literally see how they slowly build it up, but I feel like I haven't discovered the sense. Like, at this stage, it's still very graphic. You're like, oh yeah, still, that makes sense. That makes sense. I can get that far. You're like, yeah, that makes sense. I can get that far. On stuff, right? And then they add the shadow and the, like, it's a multiply layer. Then they add the, like, bloom and a little bit of the color, right? Like the skin color and stuff. It could be an overlay or something like that. Then they change. See, this is, I think, where a lot of the magic happens, where they like tweak the contrast. I think they colored the lines in the back. They added a little, like, the moonlight shining through. They tweaked the contrast between, like, on the knees and stuff, so it like feels more like lighting. I think that's where most of the magic happens, and I can't get there. I feel like that's what I struggle with. And then they just start rendering. I'm like, that's crazy. I'd love to see a sketch draft of this illustration. Did the artist use CSP? I don't know. But like, I don't even know if this is the sketch and the draft. They just like slowly build it up. They probably had just like a rough idea of the illustration. And then they just like slowly built it like this, you know? Like, they probably already had the pose and like a vibe in mind and stuff, and they just built it so it works. And you can see how systematic they kind of work. And then they start rendering the important parts, you know, the face, obviously. Add the details, make things glowy, make them feel like fabric or something else. And what I like, the effect that I like is usually this part. But it kind of feels more painterly, and it looks like they just do some sort of outline and then they just like, you know, erase it back in. So that gives it this like painterly feel that a lot of that like that they have. And it also like outlines the character a little bit. And they added with this, like, it adds so much texture and movement. Yeah, and then they just detail it. Add some more stuff. Do you see that? They make it feel shiny with the materials and stuff. It is very like efficient, if that makes sense. Do you see this? And I'm like, that's crazy, because like you've just watched me draw a render a vending machine for 3 hours, and it's. Do you see what I mean? It just like shows how effective they are with what they're doing. I want to get there. Because I can get to this stage, but then adding, I don't know, like making it look good? Yeah, I don't know. That's why right now I'm kind of stuck on the hair, because I'm like, I don't know what to do. Like, I could probably render the hand a little bit, shape it. But then it feels like I should have done that from the start. And this part should have already been done. Like this, you know? And then that should also be dark, probably. Yeah. Anyways, I wish. Honestly, the one thing that is a little annoying about those recordings, you know, that the programs kind of record, is that you can't tell how long they spent on one detail. Which is why I don't do those anymore. So you can see how much time I literally struggle on one detail, rendering them. Because everything's like done at the same speed. It's like, oh, this is done, this is done. You don't know how, like, if they spend 2 hours on rendering that face or like 50 minutes, etc. It just like pops up. Do you ever use the liquify tool? I do. I do. Usually by the time we get here, I'm already like, I don't know. I already have things done the way I want it. Like, I try to make sure that once I start rendering, I don't have to tweak the shape too much anymore. Because that's what I noticed with these artists, is that their foundation is usually very strong. Right? So in the very beginning stages of the drawing, they've got the composition down, or like the main, how do you say it, like the main composition, they've got it down. They basically have the lighting already down, and then after that they just render, like clean up, if that makes sense. No, I know, I like speed paints too. Oh yeah, I see what you mean, never mind. And then yeah, you can also always like slow down and stuff. Right? So, for example, these bows, I probably didn't even need to have them placed or anything. But at least the lighting and stuff should be solid, so I don't need to change that later. Right, so all I need to do is add like a little bit of lighting, maybe. Like this. Just because there's some hair, you know? Obviously, this is not correct. Like, the lighting's coming from this direction, so putting it there wouldn't make sense, but... You know... Some artists seem to already have the lighting thought out before their work is done. It's so cool. Yeah. That's like really important, because then you can focus on rendering. And like cleaning up and thinking about, okay, which part needs more detail, which part needs less detail. Because you got the big shapes figured out already. And that's the important part. Or you can just like refine these little, you know, these details. Rather than having to do everything at the same time. This also doesn't need to be that color. And then, you know, because you've got the big picture planned out already, the vibe is like pretty much there. You know, you can also you can simplify a lot of things. I don't need to draw the full bow or the full shadow like this, you know. It doesn't need to be perfectly clean, because you can read it, you know, from afar. You're like, oh yeah, that's a bow, very cute bow. And oh, hold on, let me just do this, and then I can just focus on making this look good. Does that make sense? Right, and this bow, I could be adding more detail to it, but I don't need to. And I can stay as minimal as I want to. Because, you know, like me changing how much I render this little bow won't change much. Like I could do it like this, or I could leave it like this and wouldn't change too much. Does it make sense? Right now I'm probably wasting time working on this, when I could be focusing on her face or something like that, right? Because that's where you actually want to look. At the face and other features. Face, hands. I should be focusing more on that. For example, this hand looks a little weird. Maybe I should use the liquify tool to, like, you know, pull this a little. That's what I'll use it for. But yeah. Other than that, not much. Okay, Millie, good night, good night. Thanks for hanging around. It's amazing so far, Milk. See you on Discord. I'll be up for a little while. Okay, okay. Messy can be good as long as it has intention and not for the sake of doing it. Yeah. Call me out, Maya. I rush my work too often. Yeah, you can rush your work as long as you, like, have it planned out, you know? So you can be intentional about where to place details and whatnot. And like, this is messy, right? I don't need to have this cleaned up perfectly, but it still works because the base is there. Though, you know, it's not the best base in my case. Just because, you know, the colors are a little off. I should have paid a bit more attention to that. Because now I need to, like, draw over a lot of these things. You know? I'm like, oh, this is not the right color on the hands and stuff. Oh, it doesn't distract too much. Maybe this. I don't know, but should I make this blue? I don't think so. I'll give it a bit of a rim. Alright, and then the arms. Enough, that should be a little bit of flesh. I wish I could have made this touch a little bit more, but I was too lazy to fix the pose. This might come bite me back in the ass later. Oh, well, I struggle to find a good balance too. Yeah, I haven't found it. I don't know, I feel like my art is not high fidelity enough sometimes. And I kind of try to make up with it with a lot of details, but I feel like the shape language I do tends to be more toyetic. So I'm like, I do well in like simplifying things, simplifying designs, making them cutesy, but I'm not good at those like realistic looking shapes. Oh, you know what? Yeah, I think this might be a good spot to use the liquify tool. Just to drag this down a little bit, you know, and shape this. Let me just... I guess overall it would still be downwards, like this. And then... because usually these types of gloves would probably be a lot smaller. What is it called? The ruffles on this? It's not ruffles. The scalloping. So I think that's the word. I do like the bigger scallops though, but let's do it like this. I'll put it underneath, so I can just take this. And there we go. Occasionally, depending on where you need it, you can add a little bit of definition, like lines. See, I wonder if this is like convenient for Dio. I should study their process a little. It seems just a friend of mine would know what those terms are. I gave up on sewing years ago, unfortunately. I mean, eat your art milk. I can already taste the ink in my mouth. Holy shit. Crazy, my. I wonder if... No, I don't like that. Oh shit. I could place this maybe. Maybe over here. I think this might be nicer. It kind of hides the weird transition. See, what I see a lot of artists do is they basically not every little thing, but they have a good mix of objects that are outlined versus objects that are like versus embellishments that are not outlined. Right? I think it's interesting. I think some of these to some degree would have a bit of an outline, like line art or something. And then something that is like if there's a pattern on top of it, like imagine this was gold, they wouldn't do that. They wouldn't put an outline. Objects get outline and patterns just get, you know, flat colors like this. Does that make sense? See how effective they are? I just did like 3 things and if you zoom out it kind of feels like there's gold. Something like that. That's how little you need to do, basically. So it's generally just more about the shape. I think what I'll do is maybe add a bit of a seam. No. Oh, but I think I know what I'm... what's jarring. Like her arm looks a little fat. And then there's like almost no shading on this one. That's not the best. It does make sense. I'm too heavy on the line work. I mean, you can be heavy on the line work. There's artists that basically just like make their living off of their line work, basically. They're known for their line art. Right? If you're the type of person who really likes line work, inking and stuff, do that. And because it's a very nice look as well. That's why I don't like you. I'm sure you've played Hades and stuff. The whole game is based on that like inky artwork, and then you know they basically only need to add flats. The game I worked on was heavily inspired by it too, but it has more of a like it mixes the line work with a bit more of like a chalky painterly like coloring as well, which I like. So yeah. right, that's it for that. I mean, I could probably add this little... No, it's fine. See, for example, for the hat, you don't need to do a lot. I can, you know, for these types of things, can add a little, like I can break it up a little bit. Add a little bit of texture, but yeah, not a lot going on over there. See, and for a lot of these things, at this point I would probably just like merge a bunch of stuff. Give this a little bit detail. Well, here I'd have to think about it. Oh, wait, did I want to do it like this? Maybe not. Ooh, wait, I might have moved this accidentally. Like, the hair is something that I should be adding later. I can add this. And this. I'm gonna take that off. And then I'll add it like... I wanted to have more of a, Wait, was that a, Shit, I don't know if it was a bow. It was supposed to be a bow. See, this is, for example, something that you could add an outline to. Oh, oops. And then, it's a little too big. More girls! Woo! Hi, Ace. Hello. How have you been doing? Yeah, I think I'll do this. And then if I want to add like this little strand or something, it'll be... the ribbon, basically. Sleep patterns whack, but surviving. That's good. My sleep has been getting better since Dokumi. Maybe I need to go on more cons or something. Yeah. I think it's because I had to wake up early 3 days in a row or something like that. You see how easy it is to add detail? That's crazy. Look at this. It doesn't even need to be that complex. Yeah, I had to wake up at like 7 AM or something for Dokumi, and then ever since I've been kind of like going to sleep earlier because I've been sleepier earlier. So now it's kind of back to 2 AM, 10 AM sleeping. Which means I should go to bed soon. But I'm not sleepy yet. Also, Ace, I know you haven't been in Arknights for a while, but there was like, for a good amount of time, I didn't realize that you didn't play because I didn't check the dates. So I kept giving you those clues. I kept giving you clues in Arknights, so I think your inbox might be full of like clues of the same number as well. Just because I'm like, oh, he needs a 7. I have a 7. I'll give him a 7. It wasn't too long. I think I might have noticed after a week or something. But yeah, if you ever open Arknights, don't be surprised to find a lot of the same clues that come from me. Yeah. Just a heads up. Oh, by the way, I don't know if you've seen, I think you might want to open it up again because Thorn's got he has an altar now. Thorn's altar just got released, so. Yeah, I got a bit burned out just waiting for Enfield. Ooh, interesting. See, like 3D version, right? I've heard about it. Yes, this altar is sick. It looks really good. I also like the theme, you know? Just like the salt, a sea of salt. I swear I've heard that from somewhere before, but yeah, I don't know. It's a really nice theme though. It's not too difficult to play too, the event, I mean. If I was able to clear it, I think someone who's played it for longer than me should be able to clear it easily as well. Let's add a little... I mean, I could probably change the color. It's still yellow. Am I stupid? I think it's okay like this. I'll just keep it like this. I'll just blend in. It's just the exact same hair color. I mean, I could also make it white. I feel like that might be a bit too distracting. Almost too distracting. You know, it's a little too basic. If I really want it to stand out, I'll do that. I'll add it as a layer on top. Let's see. Drawing girls is so much easier than drawing guys. But then funnily enough, I was thinking if I were to make like a ready to make YouTuber or some VTuber, I would probably do a male model. Like a customizable model, I'd probably do a male model. Yeah, think about it. I feel like with the customizable ones, it's usually a bit difficult with the colors because they will just like lack vibrancy. Because you can do a color shift, but you would have to do a color shift for the shaded layers too, so they like fit the base color that you've chosen. Yeah, it's a little difficult. I don't think I like it. Oh, yeah, I'll just keep them dark like this. And then focus on the hair. Like this. The question is... do I put the hair in front or do I put the index finger in front? Hmm. Somehow this reminds me of my trip to Korea and I cannot tell you why. This somehow reminds me of just like nights in Korea. Weird. Like my vacation trip. Something like that. Are there any countries you would like to visit? Go to? Fly to? Vacation to? Other than Japan, obviously. Everyone wants to go. I wanted to go when it wasn't cool. I'm kidding, I'm kidding, I'm kidding. Now everyone and their mom has gone to Japan. Just not me. I was the biggest weep. Updating Arknights just to do some housekeeping, never played again. Nice. There's a bunch of updates. The base also got an update this time. You can set rotations and stuff, so you don't have to, you know, like switch out the operators manually. You can just put operators on rotation and have them rest with the click of a button. It's just like, it's a feature that I was surprised that they put in this late, if that makes sense. Yeah, it's like quality of life updates. I even feel like the summoning, not the summoning, but like recruiting, the daily recruits with those like special, like with the passes and the tags and stuff. I feel like those are faster too. Might be imagining things. Like, oh, it's not as annoying anymore. Oop, let me just... See, this would have warranted having an outline, but I was dumb and didn't do it. Oops. Maybe I can still add it. No, that's stupid. Have to do it manually. Just a little outline. Eh. Also, I did not expect to enjoy Arknights as much as I do. Just like gameplay wise. it always felt a little, it looked like static, and even though the art style of the chibis were cute, I wasn't really a fan of the environmental art. But now that I've seen more of it, I'm like, oh, it's actually quite nice. The only thing I don't like is the way they present the story. It's just like visual novel, and it's, I don't know. I don't expect everyone to do Genshin or Star Rail like cutscenes and stuff. But I don't know, the feeling of just going through the story, and it's really wordy as well. I didn't like that. Oh, what I also don't like is how it's like so tiny on phone, on mobile. It wasn't made to be played on a phone, I think. So hard to read. You and me both, Milk, we in this together. I started to joke how Elysium and Thorns are my gay dads. They kind of both have different elements of my design. Yeah, they do, they do. Have you played the Lone Trail story? Longest story in Arknights with over 78k words? I have. I skipped all of it. All of the story, I skipped it. I just played it. I'm just here to simp. But there's so much text going on, I can't even... Yeah. And then it's not like I have time to read the story either. Right? It's like some of the events only last for a week or something. And it takes you, you know, quite a bit of time to just, you know, clear the events and stuff and get the medals. So I'm like, and on top of that, I need to, like, I'm already spending hours playing this game, and you want me to read more? Like, you want me to spend more hours? It's actually crazy how much time you can spend in Arknights. You know, with the, what's it called? IS? It's not internal strategies, it's something. Also not intelligent systems. I might have to fix her arm. Her hand. I'll do that later. You know, like the scale. Like this arm should be longer. Well, yeah, something like that. I wonder if I should try the thing that I saw Dio Clovers or something do, where they just like a passive this with a very rough brush, and then they erased it. I do like that. It gives it a bit of like a halo effect. It's very subtle. Surprisingly. At least on my end. And it, you know, I accidentally I clean it up too much. So this kind of helps combat that, funnily enough. You know, when I render and it's like too clean and almost looks glossy. I feel like I could probably do a Zenless Zone 0 ZZZ style. Actually, now I think about it. ZZZ, yeah, sorry. I'm zoned back in. No, I'm saying Zenless Zone 0 rendering style is surprisingly easy to do. It's they do focus a lot on like the shapes and stuff, which is the difficult part. I say like a true German. There's no object to transform. You just... I want to study that art, not gonna lie, I've been meaning to. Yeah, it's very interesting. It is also like, it's very clean, it's very like based on I don't know. It's very modern, but it has this very it's like a genre of art style almost in rendering. It is so interesting because for example, if you have a hand and stuff, right? Hold on, let me try. Well, let's just do a cylinder, maybe. I don't know. Right? They're like really effective. Efficient. Wait, hold on. Let's do this. And then connect this. Obviously, first of all, they do have the like smooth lines. Like if you have a thigh, it is usually like shaped, like very curvy and stuff. Right? So it's already dynamic like that. And obviously, you know, the line art is really nice. Yeah. Do. And then, just imagine a leg without all of this, right? And then they give it a base color. It seems like, just from what I've seen, right? And I don't know. I think they might have a bit of a gradient occasionally. It's not very obvious. It is very matte. Let me think about it. Actually, I would have to check how they handle the line art, to be honest. I think it's probably just black. But what they do is like this thing, right? That a lot of artists do nowadays, where they do form shadows. To define the shape and the volume of the object. And then, you know, they add a grain and everything as well. This is usually a bit more like saturated, bit more kind of like this maybe. And then I think I have to look at it honestly. But usually what you would do in this situation is either just add a line like this for that subsurface scattering, right? But I feel like they do it in a way that's a little bit more painterly. It's a little hard to describe, honestly. And then, you know, they are very subtle about adding, you know, details. So if, for example, if there was a knee, they wouldn't really imagine this is the kneecap and stuff. They're basically only using like very light shade to indicate it, like this. Doesn't make sense. So they don't even like, you don't need to use a brush or something. You can literally just use a round brush. Like you can do Zenless Zone Zero. I feel like Zenless Zone Zero style is artists that just like use the basic brush, but they're like so good with shapes and stuff. They can literally do anything, right? You see what I mean? It's a lot of like form shading, and then, you know, they add the cast shadow on top, obviously, and they do tweak things a little, obviously. I don't see a lot of like gradients and stuff on there. It's just like very matte, very anime. That's truly a skill. It is something that you learn and you practice. I'm not very good at it. That's just like something that I kind of like have figured out. You know, like a knee. It's interesting because a knee is so easy actually. Like imagine it's like the shape. It might actually be more like this shape. But then you you know, it's literally a piece of, how do I say it? It's like a piece of bone, right? So you just need to shade this piece of bone, right? And then, you know, it kind of like fades into the skin. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it's a chunk. So it's like, I do stuff that they do at Zenless Zone Zero too. You know, like I like shading the legs where you have like a thinnest, like pretty thin line that just like gives it form shading and stuff. I do have to clean the legs. Should I do it now? I'll do it now. Yeah, let me see. So this might actually be a little too thick, but yeah, we'll see. And I do like that approach where it's like it's a little less less is more kind of approach. You know, don't over render. Know your forms type of thing. Clearly I don't know mine because what the fuck is going on with this? Like, it is so interesting because it seems like all of these Endless Zone artists, they kind of know the shapes and forms. So they're like really clean about where the shadows should fall. Might as well, yeah. And in this case, it's probably frontal enough that you don't really, you know, get this shadow because then it would be too from the top. What I could do though is maybe lighten it up. Hold on. Why are you stopping my music? I could do something like this, but it kind of looks weird. So it's either keep it like this or keep it away. And I think I'll just not draw her. What was it called? Patella? Hmm. Patella? Yeah. Okay. I think in German it's literally the knee disc. We call it a knee disc. Kniescheibe. See, I think it would be something. If I were a Zenless Zone Zero artist, I wouldn't struggle with this. Could maybe. This is the patella, this part. And then question is, do I do this? So I don't want to because it kind of makes her knee look, her shin look really sharp and thin. I feel like this looked more natural. Kind of like this, and then I'll just clean this up. Flickers of light. Oh yeah, and then I think this does it. This is fine. Okay, question. Do we want this in blue or should it stay white? And then, let's see, I'd have to do this. Why not add blue lines to it, but not go fully blue? Oh, you mean like this? I feel like it's because it cuts it off, and it has a bit of a sporty look. It looks a bit too sporty to me. Because it's like what's it called? Crew neck socks or something like this. And these usually look a little bit like, what's it called? Like waitress at a diner? Right? That's why I prefer the solid ones. And then, yeah, it's more about how this color kind of cuts it off. Like she already has a cutoff between her skin and the white sock. So it's kind of unnecessary. Yeah. Yeah, I think I'll have to go fully colored if I wanted to do one of them. I think it might be too much white down there, so just for the distinction between the fabric and the back, I think it might be good to just have them in blue. I think I'll go with blue then. I didn't even realize that this was Ikura. Or what her name was from YOASOBI. I feel like she did well for this. Yeah, what other type is there? Oh, it's 2 AM. It's only only 4 hours. It's fine. I'm finally starting to get into the groove. Can you believe this? 4 hours in. Milk sleeve? I just, you know, I'm starting to get into the flow of it. You know, I think before I start stream, I should probably always do like at least 30 minutes of just drawing so that once I start stream, I'm already... You know what I can do? Maybe I can do a shaded crew neck like this, or scalloped. No, I like it simple. Isn't there this question of like how you like your devil's tango? It's like, do you like water? Like, how do you like your water? And apparently back then I answered, I was like, I just like it normal, you know? Liquid. And then my friend explained it to me. I like my water far away from me. Oh, you know what? I should drink. Does it mean I like the guac guac? Nah. Nah. It was basically... They're basically saying, oh, some... You know, if you answer with snow and stuff... You know, it's like about how you like your devil's tango. That's how you like lying horizontally. And Snowy is like, oh, it's fluffy, it's soft. I'm like, oh, that's interesting. Then what does just like water mean? I just like it. Like, if I like water, it should just be a warm shower. What the fuck? And what kind of question is that? What does it say about my sex life? What the fuck? Interesting. Yeah, I know. So yeah, and it popped up in my feed recently again too, where people were trying to ask that question to some K-pop artist. And I was like, huh, haven't seen this one in a while. And that was also like, oh, what's your like favorite color? What's your favorite animal or something like that? And I think like choosing your favorite color was kind of like giving the vibe, like choosing what you would like to be. What you would like to be. And then your favorite animal was the type of person you were looking for. Does that make sense? Like for me, my favorite animal were wolves. So I was like, oh, you know what? Yeah, that kind of makes sense. It's like they look scary on the outside, but in the end they're just dogs. So I'm like, huh, interesting. That describes it pretty well. I think my favorite color that I said was like teal. This type of color, and was like a very mellow. And when I would describe it, it was like, oh yeah, like you want to be a mellow type of person. I don't got a favorite animal, I think. That's fine. Makes sense for you, I suppose. I love the color beige. Interesting. Yeah, they did tell me, it's like, oh yeah, the type of color that you like, that's kind of what you strive to be, if that makes sense. Right, and teal's like a very like mellow and like not easy. It's like it's like pleasant to look at. Does that make sense? And beige is usually considered somewhat warm, it's neutral, you know. It's like not obnoxious. Except for the beige mom homes, but you know, talk about that. That makes sense, right? Like, huh, it's surprisingly accurate. Surprisingly, yeah. type of texture. And need to answer the people who wished me happy birthday. Well, I'll just ask them. I'm like, oh, did you meet up or something? I'm surprised. You guys were wishing me happy birthday late. Both on the same day. Like, both of them wishing me happy birthday on my birthday wouldn't have been weird. But both of them sending it like... Wait, hold on. Should I take a look? I think both of them were like a day late. And it came like back to back as well. Oh, maybe not back to back, but... Oh no, never mind. One's Wednesday and one's Thursday. What? Never mind. Wednesday 11 and Thursday at like 15. Fair enough, fair enough. Maybe I just... interesting. Well, they props reminded each other? I doubt it. If they did it on the same day, yes. But yeah. I was just surprised to see like, oh. I was like, my birthday was on Tuesday, right? So like Wednesday I got one. I'm like, oh, that's fair. That's just a day late. That happens. And then the day after, I got another one. I'm like, huh. Well, that's new. Especially because like that person specifically, I never write with them. Like I never chat with them. We don't even wish each other happy birthday. Which is why I'm so surprised. That other person, like the girlfriend, I'm like, yeah, that's kind of normal, I guess. But them? Like, oh, I guess I just wanted to be nice. And it's like the, well, I mean, I'm just confused, I think. It's like almost like I'm looking for some reason. Like for some like it's almost like I almost feel like I'm trying to look for reasons to vilify them, which is not good. Maybe not vilify, but just like I don't know. Like whoa, why would they want to talk to me? Maybe this color? No, it's white though. The lighting is yellow. Oh. It's a very warm light, so let's do this. But yeah, they do meet up occasionally. Like there's been a few times where they just like met up. Even like going over to the like meeting up in the next city over. It's like there is a core group in that WhatsApp group, and I am not part of it. So definitely would say it seems like that, but at the end of the day, do what you want to do. Yeah, that's fine. I think I was a little hurt just because it's like, oh, they have a core group, and I'm also like not the type. I wasn't the type to be like too busy. I always make time for them. So it was like, oh, I see. I was not invited. Nothing wrong with speculation as long as it is in moderation. Yeah. Don't let it influence it, and then also don't like spiral into it. And then also, you know, if they get along well better without me, it's like that's just how things are. The only things that I'm questioning at that point is I'm probably, oh, I guess they don't really like my presence enough, or they didn't think of me. It could be either one. you know, I was probably like, oh, you didn't think of me. Rather than like disliking my presence. I get it, I've been in the same shoe. At the end of the day, it's their loss. I'm happy to be able to yap with you and hang out with you instead. Sure. Sure. Yeah, I mean, that did give me opportunity to just like meet people who enjoy yapping with me, so in the end it's pretty nice. They can yap with each other and I'll have my own friends to yap with. Wait, is this might be too bright. Oh, what the fuck? It's all the way up here. Yeah, and you find your own friends as well. Nothing wrong with re-establishing where you stand in new and old relationships. Yep. Yep, that's pretty much it. But yeah, I'm a exam pressure. It's like, oh no, I failed the friendship test. That's so funny that my brain thinks that way. It's like everything is a trial. You need to prove yourself everywhere. What a weird thing to do, brain. Like, oh, what is it like to just, you know, hang around people, enjoy their presence? That must be so healthy. Lamau, it's a perfectionist, overachiever mindset. The thing is, I'm not even an overachiever. That's a problem. I like barely achieve the bare minimum. That's why I'm so confused. Like, bitch, why are you like this? Ha. Another 4. Damn. Almost fucking died. Oh, we're getting there. How many days do we have right now? Have I sneezed every, like, one time for every single day on stream? I don't know. What's the current day number? Thank you. I'm 10 sneezes short. It's because I skipped a stream. There's 200 days remaining in this year. Exactly 200 days. Bless you, thank you. 10 sneezes short. We'll make up for it. We'll make up for it. Don't you worry. I may not be able to do a study every single day, but I will be able to. But I can sneeze every single day without fail. Let's just shape the shadow in here. Sorry. I'm rubbing my eye. I have something in my eye. It was like brown, not the right shape, but we can correct that. Color correct that later. Ooh. Kinda looks like a star. I don't like that. Watashi wa star. Kira. Kira. Okane kasegu. Watashi wa star. It's such a funny phrase, no? Like, okane kasegu. I mean, someone wrote that probably, but it's also like, I earn money. I am star. Star. Kira. Do you like that song? Or is it just a meme song for you? No, I'm a star, please. I do like that song. It got a catchy beat. Interesting. I mean, yeah, I'm fine with it. What I think. Oh shit. It is catchy, yeah. I'm not sure if I'm a fan of the lyrics. Wouldn't be my go-to, but I will vibe to it. Interesting. Okane kasegu. Watashi wa star. It is really easy to get hooked on, that's for sure. This part is too messy. Honestly. Just shading it. In the same color as everything else. And then... I'm using the yellow a little bit like a bounce slide. Okay. Just minimally. Like this, maybe. Or all of this is... Could probably also do something like this, where it's just a normal skirt. I think I like that better, yeah. Just needs this like triangle thingy in this area. Feel like it's skirt and then... Why is drawing so hard? Like so much investment for barely any results. Unless you're really good at it. But I like drawing. Why did I have to choose this hobby? Why did I have to like this one? Like, there's so many hobbies in the world, and for some reason I chose this one. Like, it's crazy. Barely any results as you make a really pretty illustration. That's so nice of you to say. It was nowhere near where I want to be. I'm greedy like that. That's the greed the Bible warned us about. Good thing I'm an atheist. Ooh, that makes her ass look a little like wrinkly. We don't like that. Who likes a wrinkly ass? Let's be honest. Artist greed sickens me. Sure does, doesn't it? You're so greedy, it's crazy. It's never enough for us, no. No, it never is. Just a transition shade. It's interesting, I don't know if you noticed, but I feel like Xenos Zone Zero, rather than using a blur as a transition, they just use transition shades. I'm talking about the official art, okay? Rather than the commissioned art. I do. Is this her? She's really pretty. Like this art. Open image in new tab. I mean, they do have a bit of a gradient. But you see this like sliver? It's not a blur. It's like a transition shade. Well, I mean, it's a little more obvious on the dress like this. You know, they have the shape, and then they, instead of using a blur, they like soften it up with a lighter shade. Because that's all a blur is. It's just a gradient. Do you see this? They do have pretty thick outlines. Oh, I see. They actually don't do it. Oh, never mind. They don't do the thing. Okay, hold on. Let me show you. Do you see? It is actually like their shading style is actually really simple. Do you see how little they actually do? Because I was thinking, right? I was thinking they would do at least like one more thing over here. Like this. Like other artists do. But they don't. They literally just have the shape, the transition shade, you know, just to blur out, give subsurface scattering. They have a bounce light and highlights. I go, oh my fucking god, what have I been doing all this time when it could be this simple? That's all it is. The fidelity is actually in the line work. You know, they have thin outlines and then they do one like big outline pass outside. It also looks almost hand-drawn, I'm not sure. Right? And then the inky, the art is like just like their line art is just really clean and pretty. And the hair, they do it is really, I'm telling you, it is really simple and effective. It's just that their shapes are incredibly beautiful and good. Even with this, right? With the metal, which is usually a lot more, obviously they do, you know, they highlight the edge a little bit, so so it actually feels like metal, you know, like a bevel. But yeah, like most of the work is done by the line art. And the design, obviously. You know, they have these little like highlights, you know, just to give this a little bit more volume and stuff. That's what they do. It is very simple and effective. Obviously, there's a little more detail on him, I feel like, you know, with the shading. Like they have a third line. It's like almost like this one's a bit more painterly actually. Yeah, this one's more painterly. It just has a few more levels. Actually, I don't know. I haven't looked at Astra Yao's clothing. But the skin, for example, is really simple. You know, you just have the shape. This is a bone slide. Astra Yao also has a bone slide or like a highlight type of thing. Just to show the glossiness. Yeah. It is really like simple but beautiful. And the main work actually lies in the design, composition, and the flow of the drawing. Yeah. And obviously the 3D models have a completely different vibe. Yeah, I feel like this art style is really hard to translate into 3D. The artist, give me your skills. Chung chung, pew pew. Right now. See, I wonder if this would have benefited from proper line art. Because I feel like this would be fine even without it. Tablets where I see him. Hands in the bag. Oh, that's so funny. You know, my brother and my dad are so similar sometimes. When I was talking to my dad, I was like, oh yeah, I met my like little cousin. And because I haven't seen her in years, right? Last time I saw her, she was like tiny. So we probably haven't seen each other for a decade or so, right? So I talked to my dad, I'm like, yo, yeah. She was like really calm and like the way she types is very like formal and just like to the point and pragmatic. So I was like expecting someone who's just like really short in their answers and stuff. But it's really easy to talk to her and stuff. And my dad was like, she's a weird after all, right? Or something like that, right? And then my brother, I talked to my brother, I said the same thing too, and my brother was like, well, you guys are women. Like these two, these men. No, my brother is very stereotypical. You know, like he has a lot of confirmation bias, so yeah. So he has an idea of what a man should be and what a woman should be and stuff. And usually it's very conservative. Is it conventional? I think that was the word. Though he obviously is like modern in the way that he's like, oh, I don't care what you do, just like live and stuff. But in my eyes, a man should be this. Does that make sense? He has his own ideals, and he like represents them, I guess. Does that make sense? It's so interesting. Both are correct terms depending on the circumstances. Oh, I see. It is so interesting because you can make a conservative estimate or something, like a conservative guess. But you wouldn't make a conventional guess. Does that make sense? But when you're talking about people, you can be both conservative and conventional. Like, you can say conventionally attractive, but you cannot say conservatively attractive. Like, I think that's where the difference lies, I guess. But yeah, it's a little, sometimes a little difficult because some people also almost use it interchangeably. Almost, or like the context that you see those words in. So it's a little hard to understand sometimes. Hi Crix. You know, like this, and then whatever this is just bounce light. And then guess it covers exactly the spot. I think I do have to, like, I don't know, switch up the shape of this a little bit later. So it points a bit more downwards like this. It's too big. See, I think the problem with why I take so long is because I don't have a clear workflow. And like, not even a clear workflow overall, but like I don't have a workflow even in the smallest things that I do. I should do like a practice of like a what's it called? A complexity system. And I'm like, oh, okay, if I want something to be important, I'll add this much detail. If it's something unimportant, I'll only do these two. And I've started doing these things, but not very successfully so far. Like, for example, let's say I'm drawing 3 levels of balls, and they're like in the distance, right? That makes sense. Like, this one's really detailed. Like highlight and stuff. Got bounce slide. And this is not even the like most detailed. I think I could probably do one more level of this. Where like, you know, a little bit more like this. And then no, even an outline and stuff. My music stopped. Right. Highest level. And then you do a lower difficulty level, darken. It's a little bit more subdued, but still has highlights, you know? It's like less important, like highest importance, less importance. And then background objects, they just basically get like this treatment. And maybe a little bit of highlight or something like that. Oopsie. Not a highlight, but like a gradient at least. You know, things that are really in the background, they'll just like get really low. Low contrast. Something like this. Does that make sense? So you have different levels of completion or something like that, and then like apply it to illustration. which would enable me to make things more complex or less complex, you know, more easily. Okay, 15 more minutes. 15 more minutes, that's it. Oh, hi. I love the colors you chose. Thank you. You mean concise? Where it is like, this is how I illustrate the hair. Yeah. Yeah. Just having like a style Bible, if that makes sense. I don't have that. I usually have that for projects, but for some reason I don't have that for my personal art. Because I'm constantly experimenting. I think I should just like stick to a workflow first and like get good at it before I switch things up. Oh, I drew 3 levels of balls. I subbed. Thank you. Obviously, you have to do that with different objects, you know? Do it with something metallic, something shiny but not metallic. With something matte. Those types of things. And then just like have it as a reference in front of you. Because I don't do that. I don't do that enough. And I'm not the type of person who can remember these things intuitively. It's probably good for me to just like make something like that. That makes sense. Having like a step-to-step guide seems like a very you thing. You are detail-oriented. Am I? Shit, am I? I mean, that would be a good thing. I've never heard that before though. Especially with like my German coworkers who are the embodiment of being detail-oriented. Not gonna lie, never put any details into materials and stuff like that. That is so important. I've neglected it too. You're kind of in the middle of detail-oriented and not, in my opinion. Yeah, I think I agree with that more. It's like, I am a big picture person, type of, right? So that's like the most important thing to me. And then I kind of get lost in the detail, but it's like not effectively, if that makes sense. And so when I work, I notice that I'm like good at getting things 80% there in terms of like completion, right? So it's like, oh yeah, we have the, you know, we have the image. It kind of looks good, but it's lacking something. That's usually my issue. It's like almost there, but it's kind of like lacking something, and usually it's polish and flavor. And that's usually where my coworkers come in, and they take it from the 80-90% to 100%. So on this, Mai, I have to say that might be a little bit of a misjudgment. I think what you mean is that, like, I think somewhat analytically and systematically, if that makes sense. Yeah, which that makes sense. I do think a little bit more systematically. Am I good at following those? No. That's why I'm like, I'm just like in the middle of stuff. And then this should also be... You are. Like your commission chart? That is very detail oriented. Oh, interesting. I do like making charts though. It is not... But that's just that's not, that's just for me keeping track of things. Technically, I wouldn't need those. But that is more on the, like, I don't actually use those a lot. I literally just use that chart to keep people updated, and it's that detailed because I like adding features. I just like adding features to it. I'm like, oh, this one I can add. Oh, I should add this one too. Let me see how I can do it. So it was more like that. Does that make sense? Yeah. So yeah, I'm the type of person who actually like neglects details so much that I actually got in trouble for it with some of my work. They're like, hey, you're pushing mistakes again to the Git, and then other people have to fix it. Or people, when we're doing like bug fixing and just like a QA, people always find stuff where I'm like, oh, that's fine, that works. And they're like, hey, I found a bug here. I'm like, what the fuck? I missed that. You know, think about it. Like shaping this. I mean, more so like in terms of steps, you tend to slightly chart things out inside of art. Yeah, because I'm trying to figure out how people are so efficient. And the answer is always like, oh yeah, planning. I'm like, what the fuck? You guys plan your shit? Because, see over here, I'm like, oh, I might have not planned enough stuff. Might have been better for me to plan out the vending machine a little bit more, but I feel like at the same time, it's detail that can be added later. This should be thinner, I think. Yeah, that doesn't mean by detail-oriented. The analytical aspects. Yeah. I do like that. Still live, that's crazy, but I like it. Thank you. I mean, it is easy to just draw. By the way, I filled up a whole, just like, what's it called? A drive with my recordings. Yeah. I had to use a new drive. Starting with the fine and drawing. Also, I looked at the fine and drawing earlier. I'm like, oh, maybe I don't like the colors. I might have to kill a darling. Just like change the lighting on the composition a lot. He's gonna be sleeping, sure. I'm making sure of it. By beating me to sleep or something. Damn. I still have 8 minutes. Sometimes I do like the mismatched line art. Okay, if I still have 8 minutes. Wait a second, where's the line art? I don't know where the line art is. Let me do this. And whoop. Not hair, but it's fine. See, when I drew the other girl with the C, I used more of this paint, this brush. So I feel like now it's turning into a different art style yet again. There's no good sign. There are things you do a little differently occasionally too. When you use a different brush. And then let me take this. I see consistency in the style still. That's good. Maybe I can just like, you know, fix it with the background stuff. This is a lot cleaner because there's a lot less there's less folds and stuff, you know. This one's a bit more clean. We'll see when I do the wings, I suppose. Shit, where's her torso? I think this is her torso. The fuck? What did I draw? Kind of made sense when I looked at it as a sketch, but now? I see the way you texture things still. Also, the items are different materials, so by default it'll be different. Yeah, that makes sense. Makes sense. Maybe I'm a little confused as to what I drew. There's a bit of hair, but I don't know where it comes from. Where it came from. Like, let me just map it out. Like, this should have been her torso, maybe? No. Kind of like this, I suppose. 4 more minutes. Obviously, I'm gonna lighten it up. I'm just like trying to find the shape. And then probably something like this. And then I'll just lighten it to my desired brightness. Like that. 2 more minutes. 2 more minutes. 2 more minutes. Milk is crunching? I am. Slightly. Not too much, obviously, but, you know, a little. Suddenly it's getting really quiet. I mean, this part should still be shaded, kind of. Right, and then technically... You're in the zone. I am. I have less than a minute left. I should probably do something like a Pomodoro timer next time. It's like, oh, alright, give me 20 minutes to do blah blah blah. Right? And then I'll do that and I'll just be rushing, so I'll be more efficient than if I wasn't on a timer. That actually is a good idea. I think so too. Oh shit. That's it. Goodbye. Mwah.